Good evening, everybody. Thanks, Video Gamer. Video Gamer, another year of not breaking the watch streak. Crazy. Appreciate it, Video Gamer. You gotta switch to, I'm playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's a good one to get when you get your Switch 2. Make sure you check out Kirby. Thanks, Pedrino. Appreciate that. Thank you for the golden knob over on YouTube. A little bit later tonight, I had to set something up for later in the stream. Air Riders, yep. For those that don't know, I was doing eBay game hunting last night. Because I was waiting for the servers and let it die. The wait was so long between matches, I actually had time to just get on eBay. It was like an eBay let it die stream. Well, I always start my streams with ending soonest. Just because the later it gets in the night, the less auctions you'll see. Do I like Metroid 4? I'll let you know when I eventually play it. No plans to play it anytime soon, though. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 for $80. It's not bad. I can remember when everybody was all surprised when that was like going for 120 bucks, one of the most expensive PS2 games. The good old days when that was actually, people were like flipping out when that game was like 80 bucks back in the day. That was before games like Kuon were $1,000. That was back when Kuon was $5 in the bargain bin. Seeing a PS2 game for over $100 was like crazy at the time. Hello, Stepmech. Hello, Hobbs. Hello, HM. Somebody got the bid on Glass Rose. I have a hard time deciding if this is a game. I don't think this would be an October game. Because it is, I mean, it is within the sort of like psychological horror genre. Paranormal, supernatural horror. Definitely not October worthy though. Maybe like September. Interesting game. We never got this in the US. Well, if you're the type of person that, if you don't really buy a lot of modern games, I feel like it's easier to justify buying pricier retro games. But if you're this kind of person dipping your toes into $70 games every other week, then obviously I wouldn't go too crazy on the retro stuff. But the best way to think about it is, would you rather have a dream game that you've wanted for so long that maybe costs like $140, or would you rather buy two $70 games that will be $7 games in like a year or two time? Right? At least you know when you're buying a retro game, you're not going to feel terrible about it 2 years down the line. And if you wait and you buy that retro game, the modern games you were going to buy will be $7 when you get around to buying them, rather than $70. Like, it still blows my mind when I look through lots for consoles like Xbox One or any like more modern console, and you just see a lot of like 50 games for $70. It's like, jeez, just think somebody actually bought all of these at full price at some point, most likely. It just feels so much more satisfying to get a modern game on sale rather than potentially be disappointed by buying it at full price. And don't get me wrong, it's worth buying newer games at full price when you're like just super eager to play it. You gotta play it day one, especially if it has online. But if it's like a single player game where you're like, you can easily wait to play it, just wait. That's the stance I'm taking with games like Metroid. I looked at it and I'm like, do I need to play this right now? I'm playing so many other things. So, we'll see. We'll see what that game costs in a year. Oh, thank you, Corey. Well, if you ever see me again, be sure to say hello. What's my opinion about resurfacing games? I think it's worth doing when it's necessary. If your game gets to the point where it's getting disk read errors or other problems like skipping or music issues, then I think disk buffing or resurfacing is really needed. But if the game works fine without it, I would much prefer an unresurfaced game. Just because in my mind it is altering the disk. Right, the best comparison I can give is in the trading card space. If you send in a card to get graded or something, but you like took a little marker and like tried to correct an edge or something, maybe it had some whitening, that grading card company will send that card back and say it is authentic but altered. So in a way, it's the same thing with games. It's like altering your game because you are stripping the disk layer off. I don't mind if I get a resurfaced game, as long as the price reflects it. If a game is resurfaced, I do expect it to be mentioned and slightly cheaper, depending on the game. Like if it's a $500 PS1 game and it's resurfaced, I expect that disc to be much cheaper, right? Like a decent discount than a disc that is mint. Because at that point, what's the point of having a mint disc if something like resurfacing exists? If a game is mint pristine condition, that holds a premium on retro games. And a resurfaced disc a lot of times is not mint pristine because you could see remnants of scratching in the inner part of the disc. But ultimately, I don't care if I get a resurfaced game as long as it works and as long as I'm not paying a premium for it and I'm not being misled to thinking it's mint condition. Sometimes you just get resurfaced discs regardless, like sellers don't state it. Maybe they don't even know. But if I'm at a convention and I examine a disc and I can tell that it's resurfaced and the price is a premium, I just pass on it. Nintendo don't drop as fast. Well, we'll see what happens. I think Switch 2 is a little different than in the past. Because now the games are $70. There's no way a Nintendo game is going to stay $50, $60+ for too long. Especially if it's one that doesn't have replay. Like, if it's a Nintendo game where you can beat it in 10, 12 hours and then there's nothing left to do, that's going to drop faster than, like, a Mario Kart game. So I truly believe that Metroid Prime 4 will easily be obtainable for like $30, $35 by the end of next year. Am I a fan of F-Zero GX? Of what I played of it, I did like it. But I will say that I think the difficulty of that game is a bad quality of it. I would have been so much more into F-Zero GX if the game wasn't so difficult on some of the levels. It got to the point of being like so tedious and frustrating. If you've played that game, you know, like some of those levels you gotta pass are crazy. That I'm not sure, Macau. You know, back when the pool of people making YouTube videos about retro games was much smaller, I'd get recognized quite often. But now that YouTube is, like, ginormous, you know, there's way more fish in the pond. It's not as frequent these days, obviously. Shame we don't have any live entertainment to watch tonight. They're just going to promote things that are happening tomorrow. You've been hitting the buy two get one free sale at GameStop. It's been a while since I've went to a physical GameStop for a sale like that. Those were the best back in the day, though. Back when GameStop would get way more trade-ins on stuff. Those buy two get one free sales were amazing. They had one that was like buy three get two free or something, right? I remember there being one like that many years ago. I remember buying a bunch of stuff. PS4, yeah, you can clean shop with PS4 right now. PS4 is like a gold mine to buy games for at the moment. So many cheap games, so many amazing games. I've never had a game resurface. Too lazy. Yeah. Because the options would either be take it to a physical store or send it in to somebody online. And I do have games that need to be resurfaced. I keep telling myself, like, oh, I'll just gather all the resurfaced games. Send them in at once. Never did it. Hello, Alan. Hello, Adam. I'm doing alright. Oh, is this the one that people were telling me I'd like a lot more instead of Control? This is the one that everybody was mentioning, right? Quantum Break. Is this still Xbox One console exclusive? Is this still the only way to get this game physically? Or did that change over the years? How much would GameStop give on Kuon? I think right now they're all in on like trading cards. Video games, I think you're still gonna get screwed on. They'd probably give you like 100 or 200 bucks for Kuon if I had to imagine. If that. I would never expect fair trade-in values for games at GameStop. If it's older. Newer, they might be more fair. Older, I wouldn't expect much. This was actually the first game I ever made a trade for. I'm trying to remember, what did I trade for Wario Blast though? Wish I could remember. I just remember trading for a copy of this game. Previously, before that, I had never traded one of my games for someone else's games. This was like back in grade school. I was happy with the trade though. This was a great game. It was a fun little Bomberman game. It's so weird that we got a... Oh, this is like a German copy. It's just so weird that we got a Wario Bomberman game. Kind of random. For retro game collections, do I like quality or quantity? These days I like quality and curated small collections. It's a lot more fun to look at like a specific collection that specializes in like a certain series or console or something. Large game collections are a dime a dozen these days, so I'm far more interested in the ones that are they got a bit more heart put into them, you know. How long do I think the PS4 will stay cheap? I think it'll stay cheap until probably like midway through the PS6 life cycle. Especially if PS6 games continue to be all very expensive and people are going to keep falling back to the older generations of consoles. I think original Xbox game prices will rise to the levels of GameCube and PS2. No, I don't think so. The thing with the original Xbox is the rare games are like they're expensive just because they are rare. Not necessarily because they're desired or sought after, unlike games like PS2, right? You got the survival horror games on PS2. You got the exclusives on GameCube. Xbox, the expensive games are expensive just because they are hard to get, and the only people that look for those are complete library collectors. Most of the really good games on Xbox are pretty darn common and easy to get. And in general, there just aren't as many Xbox collectors. However, there could be a surge of nostalgia for it in the years and generations to come, because Xbox obviously is fading away as a console manufacturer, and they're just becoming some kind of publisher now. I can see there being a big wave of nostalgia for the original Xbox and 360. That would certainly make those games go up in price at some point. So if you're collecting for it now, it's best to just keep doing what you're doing. I think the 360 will be hit hardest by that nostalgia blast. When people reminisce about how good Xbox used to be. Thanks, Pudmodel. Thanks for the resub. Free shipping. It's a fair lot. You are getting a few platformers. Nothing too crazy. Don't underestimate stuff like Guitar Hero 2 as well. Guitar Hero 2 these days on PS2 is, you know, it's not the $5 bargain bin game that you think it is anymore. I think these days people can easily sell that for like $15, maybe even almost $20 if it's in really good shape. So I'm actually going to link. Oh, this is from a Goodwill. Well, your mileage may vary on the condition, obviously. From the looks of it, that might be the only one worth checking out. Oh, I'll link them. Oh, is that wave emote from a hype train? Yeah, I like that emote. Well, thank you, Socrates. Been doing them every week for many years now. But I only just recently brought them to YouTube. Do I have any complete collections? I do. You know, I don't have any complete collections of like gargantuan libraries. You know, the nearly insurmountable ones. I always focused on the smaller collections for consoles that I really, really loved. And I thankfully focused on them way back in the day when it was easily doable. So I have a complete North American 32X collection, complete in box. I have a complete North American complete in box Virtual Boy collection, which also includes the box for Mario Tennis. And then I have a complete in-box Vectrex collection with an asterisk, though. I don't have any of the accessories and games that use the preferables. So, like, it's the normal library where you can just play straight off the console without anything else needed. It's a 3D imager and or the light pen and 3D glasses. I don't have any of those games. And just because I've collected PS2 so much over the years, like, I'm passively, not actively, but passively working towards, like, a pretty complete collection of that almost at this point, too. It's kind of crazy. I don't know where I'm at, because my PS2 games, I have so many, they're kind of just, like, scattered in bins and boxes and shelves, and so I actually have no idea how close I am to that. But because I've just collected PS2 for so many years, and I pretty much have almost every rare, desirable game you can think of. If I wanted to go for a complete PS2 collection, I kind of could. It's just that I'd have to be alright with having a bunch of games that would take up a lot of room. But the thing with me and PS2 is I play everything PS2 because I do a roulette wheel for PS2. So when I play PS2 games, I literally spin a wheel and let the wheel decide what I play. And then there's a minimum amount of time that I have to play the game. So I've been forced to play sports games that are in my collection. So it's not like I'm buying PS2 games with no intent of playing them. I literally force myself into playing them. So I have Red Ninja. Yeah, I streamed that one about 2 years ago. It's a good game. It's not perfect. I remember having some issues with it. Mostly in the, I think, like the platforming aspect. The combat was great. It was a little finicky, but it was great. I love the combos that you did in that game with the wire. Yeah, that is why when I collect games, I incorporate fun ways into playing the games that I collect. Yeah. Makes a world of a difference. So, like, the people on YouTube are unaware of what I've been doing on Twitch for a while. But what I was doing with PS2 for the past couple years was, I spin a giant roulette wheel with, like, literally hundreds of PS2 games on it. And then the game that it lands on, I let my audience decide how long I play the game. So they are in control of what games I play and for how long, pretty much. Which is why I was forced to play games like NFL Blitz for like 25 hours. But in the end, I actually, like, I didn't hate the game. I detested it. Ever so slightly less. Yeah, PS2 stuff will be coming back next year for sure. There's a lot of PS2 games I've been wanting to play. That the wheel has not selected for me yet. But before I do that, I gotta reorganize. I mean, the only reason it stopped is because I honestly got, like, super stressed out over the fact that my PS2s were breaking back to back. Like, imagine the feeling of sitting down to play PS2 games, and then your North American console breaks, and then you're like, alright, so let's do my Japanese one, and then your Japanese console also broke right after. It's like, I was just like, alright, time for a break. Time for a break. Can't deal with these freaking dying lasers right now. I do not recommend that you buy slim PS2s. The only reason I have a slim PS2 is, like, what, fast disk speed? Other than that, there's no good reason to have those freaking... Just get a fat PS2. Slim PS2s are not worth it. Also, the chance that they scratch your discs, also not worth it. What happens if you're stuck in a game? What do you mean? Like if I get stuck in a PS2 game? Just gotta endure it. Don't you dare try and bring me to the dark side, Truckee. Yeah, I had to get slim PS2s because I was doing a lot of speedrunning back in the day, especially of PS1 games. And for a lot of PS1 games, you had to have a slim PS2 for fast disk speed, otherwise you couldn't be competitive. And some games, like, you even needed specific model slim PS2s. For like Legend of Dragoon, for example, that game pretty much required that you had a specific model of the slim PS2 in order to speedrun it. So it got pretty crazy if you got really into it. Can you not use an emulator? Well, I don't use emulators. But that also depends on the game and the speedrun rules for that game. Some of them do not allow emulators, but these days they're a lot more relaxed on it. Usually they'll separate the leaderboards. I'm a purist. If I'm playing a game on like if I'm playing a PlayStation 1 game, I'm gonna be using the console, I'm gonna be using the original controllers. Like if I'm playing a CDI, I'm gonna be using a uncomfortable as hell CDI controller. I'm not using no adapter for a better controller. The pain is part of the experience. Do I mod or jailbreak PS2? No. No. No, I had separate consoles for different regions. Now, am I opposed to having something like that in the future just for the ease of streaming a variety of PS2 games? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. But I'm not going to go out of my way to get something like that. Oh, I don't care if anybody emulates. I think it's great. Play more games, play whatever you want. You can still check my video from I think 8 years ago at this point. It's called Why I Don't Emulate Games. I'm pretty sure everything I say in that video still stands today. Change the search. The auctions are kind of trash tonight, jeez. See if this Heart of Darkness is complete. This could be decent if it is. Never be scared by marker on a case like that. You can easily swap the case. Looks like it has water damage, however, based on the reflections on the cover. And no manual. All water damage here. I think if you're getting into retro games these days, though, like, for a lot of people, emulating is the only option. I'm different, and a lot of other people are different, because we got into building our collections in a time where a game being over $100 was, like, almost unheard of. Right, so it's you gotta distinguish. Honestly, when you start collecting makes a huge difference on whether or not emulating makes sense for you or not. If you're just starting now, or you started recently, it is just not financially viable to build a retro game for collection for a lot of people. It's just, you know, they're just too expensive. Because people like me and many other people, we already have large collections from collecting so long ago. It's just a lot easier to like just slot in a game here or there into the collection and not feel bad about it. But if you're starting fresh and you're like, you got nothing, and it's like, all right, I want to play some games for my new console here, but I don't have hundreds of dollars to throw around just to pick up a couple games, then emulating's the way to go for you. I don't think I've really heard too many. Honestly, I've only heard horror stories from estate sales, where like you're at an estate sale, but then somebody always beats you to the bin of games, and they pick out all the good games before you get to it. That's all I ever hear about estate sales. I would never go to an estate sale. I don't even go to garage sales, yard sales anymore. I just don't want the trauma that comes associated with going to those things. Because I've had it when I was younger. When I went to a yard sale and like I got there literally like a minute too late and there was already someone rummaging through a bin of like PS2 games, picking out all the good stuff right before I got there. And I always just think of that memory and I'm just like, I'd rather just lay in bed on my iPad and pick out the games that I want rather than have to deal with those kind of memories. It's actually a pretty good cover lot and manual lot. I'm not biased or anything, but it seems like they had good taste in games. Actually pretty solid. Not bad. The most valuable here being Grande Extreme. 150 though is kind of pushing it. If this was $100, that would be like a easy recommendation. You don't want that Heart of Darkness listing. It's water damaged. Do I play Japanese games too? I have a ton of Japanese games. Most of my import game playing has been on PS1 and PS2 over the years. I have a very extensive Japanese PS1 import collection. Fully curated. Every game I buy for Japanese PS1 and PS2 is done on purpose. I never buy lots. I never get import games unless I specifically want that game. So it's not one of those import lots where it's just filled with a bunch of games you can never play or don't know what they are. And I love my imports. PS1 imports are the reason why I put that console above PS2 for me. Like, if you include imports, I put the PS1 over the PS2. If you don't include imports, then I put the PS2 over the PS1. Yeah, it depends on what area you live in. If you're in a very competitive area with a lot of collectors, good luck ever getting to a yard sale before it's picked over by game stores or things like that. Or people looking to just flip the games. If you live in the middle of nowhere, you should probably be going to yard sales. Collecting sealed games. Personally, I don't care if people do it. The only sealed game that I've ever bought on purpose is Eco, but that's because I collect all things Eco. People used to gift me sealed copies of that game because they knew I loved it so much. I don't care if people collect, they can collect whatever they want. I think, like, the thing I'm most opposed to are graded non-sealed games. That to me is just ridiculous. I'm not fully opposed to the idea of graded sealed games because Yeah, some of these games are worth a lot of money, and they're extremely rare to find sealed in mint condition. So I understand the desirability to like protect that and add validity to it. But if you're taking a used game that is open and getting it entombed in plastic, like that just... It's already open, just play the darn thing. Obviously, you're not going to open a sealed copy of Chrono Trigger to play it. Right? So putting that in plastic to save it makes sense. But not an open game. PS2 does have great imports, but in my opinion, PS1 has way more. That's just what it boils down to. PS1 just has way more interesting ones. I think the thing is too, I prefer the primitive nature of Japanese PS1 import games over the more refined PS2 imports. I just love those jank-ass little PS1 games. There's some really great ones out there that never made it here. Well, the thing that you gotta remember about sealed games is there are lots of fakes out there. So it really comes down to trusting companies that have been around for a very long time. I would not trust WATA, but I would trust CGC a bit more. Like, it is very easy to fake a seal on a video game, so it really more so comes down to trusting people whose job it is to stare at sealed games all day long, all year long, and be able to tell you a bit more confidently that your game is legit. Right? If I looked at a sealed Super Nintendo game, would I immediately know if it's a good fake or not? No, I'd have no idea. I don't study sealed Super Nintendo games. But somebody that literally looks at them for 8 to 10 hours a day every week, I mean, I would trust their opinion a little more than mine. Especially if they can use technology to X-ray and scan the inside, which I wouldn't even be surprised if it is a thing, because they do it now. You know, they use CT scan machines for trading cards. You can scan a pack of cards and see what the hell is inside. So there are ways to validate that the insides are authentic as well, and most of us are not going to have a CT machine at home. Yeah. If you haven't heard, I mean, it used to be huge news about a year or two ago. It kind of like dropped off the face of the earth, though, in terms of like the hype surrounding it. But if you really wanted to, you can take a pack of trading cards and scan it with a CT scan and tell what cards are in the pack. You can know if your base set first edition pack of Pokemon has a first edition Charizard in it if you really wanted to. ROM hacks put in the physical media. Oh, I bought those. Those are just really fun. For some of us, it's like some of the only ways that we can play some of those fun ROM hacks. Right? Like, I love getting, like, say not even so much a ROM hack, but like an English translation of like a Super Nintendo game or something on a physical cartridge. I think those are fun. They're fun. It's just fun to have a physical card of it to play on the console. And then if you get the packaging with it, it just makes it even more fun to have. If it's produced nicely. Yeah, that's why when you go to the hospital, you gotta wait forever for an X-ray because everybody's in there scanning their packs of Pokemon. Exactly. Oh yeah, I wish it were easier to get like physical translations of certain games. Yeah, I've played Hungry Ghost. It's playable without knowing Japanese, but you'll struggle a little bit. I tried to like go through it without a guide or anything, and it was a little difficult. But you can definitely play through it. How often do I clean it inside out? Only until the console becomes a problem. If the console isn't a problem, I don't care. Like, as long as it's still working. Let's change the search. PC Engine, I did a lot of collecting for that many years ago. Not so much anymore. I collected for the PC Engine back when it made sense because it was way cheaper than TurboGrafx. I actually just stopped collecting TurboGrafx and pretty much sold off all my TurboGrafx to collect PC Engine instead. Thankfully, I was collecting PC Engine when I went to Japan because I was able to clean house on a ton of PC Engine games while I was there. We're talking games that, at the time when I went, would have been like $100 games I was picking up for like the equivalent of $10. I went right before Japan actually started taking notice and caring about what games are selling for in the US from Japan. So you can actually find games at their non-inflated prices. I still have the original price tags on a lot of them. You'd be very shocked. That's why I don't like removing the price tags, so I can preserve the original prices that I paid. Well, it's not that you choose to give up learning Japanese, it's just that if you stop for whatever reason, you almost have to start from scratch. So, you gotta be committed to it for years on end. If you ever stop, you're gonna forget. I'll be returning this guy's Arcadia. Yeah, I gotta clean my GameCube again. And hopefully that fixes the disc read issues. Damn it, I got it. You know what? Let me filter this right now before I forget. Get rid of this brain rot. Digital listings the best I can. Brain rot. Blocks. What else? What am I forgetting? Pet. No, adopt, I think is one. No, I'm definitely not starting over on the Dreamcast version. The Dreamcast version is also not good for streaming because the load times are like... It would literally add hours and hours of load times to the playthrough. And that's not fun for anybody. Super rare with book. Is it like a pre-order book or something? Oh, no. Back when they actually used to put stuff like that inside. Even a lot of Vita games did not have instruction manuals. That's pretty uncommon. I recorded my video for my top 10 games of the year, by the way. But I still gotta record the gameplay footage, which is the longest time-consuming part, so I should hopefully have that video out in the next few days. Unless I just try and throw up trailers or something instead. We'll see. It is sure to ruffle some feathers. But that's fine. Makes it more entertaining to watch, right? $1,500 Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon GameStop employee crystal. Man, you must have been a really lucky employee to get the hookup at one of these. These things are so cool. I wish they'd bring them back. So many games used to do promos with these crystal cubes. I used to love these freaking things. They had several of these for Sonic over the years for celebrating anniversaries and stuff. Kind of considered grail items at this point. The one for the 10th anniversary of Sonic. Love these. And they look really cool if you light them up too. Pictures don't do them justice. If you look at it, it's essentially like a 3D hologram kind of in the crystal. More so glass. Crystal just sounds better. Color geometry. A Halo wallet. A bifold wallet with a dog tag. 450. Hello, Robert. A disruptor pin. That's pretty random. PS1 game. Castlevania Alucard plush. Well, it's not hideous. My threshold is, does it look better than a Funko Pop? And I think this does, so passes that test. Yeah, his expression's kind of perfect, honestly. It's like, just such a, why are you taking a photo of me kind of face. See, now this does not pass the Funko Pop test. My goodness. Virtual Boy 3D promo glasses. Only for use with this magazine. Wonder what you were supposed to look at with this. Yeah, it must have been really hard to market the Virtual Boy. How do you market something that you can't really show people what it looks like unless they use the console? Not easy. But obviously they were able to pull it off a little better with the 3DS. But then again, the 3DS probably just sold itself through the games and not so much the 3D gimmick. Yeah, that's why when you see trailers for VR games, it's really hard to show a VR game through a trailer. If you've played VR before, that's why whenever I see a trailer, I can instantly tell when it is a VR game, even if it doesn't explicitly say right up front. It's like after a while, you get a feel for just like the feel of a VR trailer, and if they're faking the gameplay or not. VR is very hard to show without actually playing it. But then once you've played VR and you see a trailer, you can like actually better imagine how it actually feels. You just gotta have experience with VR. Did somebody finally put up a good condition copy of this? These are usually always beat to hell. This looks resurfaced. Okay, maybe not the scratches there. I'm just looking at this inner ring and I'm seeing all the scratching. Yeah, the manual's always beat up on this. The problem is it's a fighting game, so everybody would always take the manual and go through it to look at the moves. That's why it's so hard to find a copy of this in good condition. And for those unaware, yeah, that's apparently a real price. It's one of the rarest PS1 games if you have this variant. I'd argue that that is probably the rarest outside of like the Elemental Gearbolt case. We're not going to count that though, but if you're talking like just like normal releases, that is probably the rarest PS1 game. Except for maybe like if you're including greatest hits as well, then yeah. Stuff like NFL Blitz would be pretty up there. Toy Story. Sika. PSVR has audio built in. You can plug in a special headset, yes, that will have the audio built in. Like a specifically made kind of headset thing they give you. Or for the PSVR 2, you just use earbuds, I believe. Yeah, not everybody's PC can handle VR though. Plus, there are a lot of exclusives on console VR. Super overpriced in my opinion. And I get that it's rare. It also feels incomplete. There's something missing from the back of this for sure. I think they'd have a better time selling this if they asked maybe like 300 to 400. And even that might be a bit much. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Star Fox merchandise. The coolest thing I think is the cardboard R-Wing that hangs from the ceiling. It's like a holographic piece of cardboard. If you've ever seen that. See them on eBay every once in a while. Usually pop up a couple times a year. Wow, look at this. One of the rarest PS1 games in a $4.99 Blockbuster case. With the cover of the manual cut out in as the insert. For 2003. Yeah, very, very hard to find Batman Forever. PS1. See, now that is the kind of game I'd get resurfaced. Because that's probably not working. Those scratches are looking kind of crazy. There's one thing I don't miss about the Wii, it's all of these kind of things. It's all these accessory kits that came with so many games. All you need is just one gun and you're done. You don't need a million of these things. One light gun for House of the Dead. That's all you need. One steering wheel, so that way you can be like, I'm using tilt controls at least once. In Mario Kart. Nothing else required. Thanks, Kluki. Check out your PS1 and any cheap hidden gems. That depends what kind of games you're into. Sadly, most hidden gems on PS1 are not cheap anymore. I'd say look in the Power Shovel, though. That is certainly a game that you would easily pass over if you're into weird, wacky, arcadey, mini-type games. That doesn't look official to me. It's actually fairly detailed. Whoa. Yeah, definitely not official. Look at Luigi. Luigi has seen some things. I have no idea what this is from. Like, what company that is. Power shovel. No, you don't need the power shovel controller. That's kind of overboard. Plays just fine with a standard controller. First D tonight is the 3DO jewel case version. I think last time the first one we saw was PS1 long box. It's the original version. Wow, 2Ds back to back. That's, and there's nothing influencing that search. That is it 2 different sellers? 2 different sellers. Wow. That is uncommon to see such a sight. And it's a sealed copy of D. Also very uncommon. Oh, that's just sealed by a shop owner. But at least they're taking proper precautions to protect their copy of D. This is a game that you guys should give another shot, by the way, this Snowboard Kids. This game got slammed when it first came out. People hated it because it wasn't really Snowboard Kids. It wasn't the Snowboard Kids they wanted. But I'll tell you, when I went back to this game several years ago, it was way more fun than I remember. Because I was one of those people that picked it up when it came out, and I was disappointed. But coming back to it, it actually really wasn't that bad. It was fun. It's just a fun, arcadey racing game. You know, Cooney, large Mr. Drippy plush. Wow, that is pretty big. Almost takes up their whole light box. Wow. That's gotta be pretty rare. I don't remember seeing it. And I was collecting Nino Cooney stuff at the time when this game came out. It's gotta be pretty hard to find. Did I ever buy games from Blockbuster clearance section? Yeah. No, I used to look there all the time. My copy of Star Ocean Second Story is like beat to hell. Like the case is cracked, it's missing the back insert, but it's got that giant green $9.99 Blockbuster price sticker. So it's very hard for me to want to replace that copy of the game because it's just such a memory of shopping in the Blockbuster pre-owned section. And I remember checking the clearance bin. That's how I got a lot of my N64 games. It was nice because a lot of times you'd actually get it with the box in the manual. At least at mine. Maybe not the same at everybody else's Blockbuster. Did you get, when you guys shopped in the Blockbuster discount section, did they typically sell it with the box and the manual, or were you getting just like card only? Fighting games playable if you don't understand Japanese. Yeah, one of the most playable, for sure. Most people opt for the Japanese versions because they're nice and cheap. Disc only, really. Wow. I guess my Blockbuster was just really fortunate to include the boxes. See, this is why it's always important to read title, like look at the full picture. Because if you didn't read the title, you wouldn't realize that this listing came with 3 more games. Alright, so you gotta always make sure you're paying attention to everything. Sure, the other games are nothing special. Also, they said 3 more games, but apparently it's only 2 more. So I guess they don't know how to count, or they don't know how to take proper pictures. Let's see. Plus a bonus Sega Genesis game that they don't tell you what it is. I'm sure you're not going to end up with a copy of, like, a Madden game or something. I was going to say Sonic, but honestly, these days, Sonic cards are not as cheap as they used to be, so maybe that would be a pretty good bonus. I'm doing alright, Dorsko. 2026 travel plans. Driving to the grocery store. Yep. Yeah, I got no plans. See, these are things I was looking at last night when I was playing Let It Die. We actually saw these on stream last night. It's a time to change the search. We've caught up to what I looked at last night. There's nothing interesting. Anybody need a PS2 stapler gun? $8 for flat out. So. I'm like literally reaching really far away, typing with one hand. My keyboard is pretty far away. Yeah, that's about right. Still have not played any flat out games. This year, just lots of winter clothes. Oh boy, the AI seller is back. Gotta admit, some of these backgrounds are pretty entertaining. This time, they interpreted Sweet Tooth on the PS2 cover of Twisted Metal Black as Pennywise. That's pretty good. It's entertaining. It's entertaining. My game of the year, you'll have to wait a couple days when the video's out. I've got it all filmed, I just gotta do more editing on it. No, it's definitely AI. It's AI, because these sellers with these backgrounds, like, it's just, there's no way they'd spend the time to find an appropriate background. It's definitely taking that photo and asking it to, like, find an appropriate background for it. We were looking at them last eBay stream on New Year's Eve, or sorry, Christmas Eve. Some of them are pretty good. Oh man, wait. Did all the hype surrounding Half-Life 3 finally make Half-Life on PS2 become more expensive? I'm actually going to be kind of sad if that's true, because this game used to be one of the most consistent priced games on the PS2. For years, we're talking probably almost 10 years now, this game has always been around like $50, $60 at the most. All the time. Price just never changed. I'm going to be kind of sad if it finally went up. Let's see. Let me just grab this keyboard. Okay, there's one for 50. Alright, let's check sold. It does look like... Oh god. Yeah. People finally started biting and buying the game for way more than 60. The Half-Life 3 hype surrounding the Game Awards this year was just too immense, but also the Steam machine. I think it's possible that there's a lot of people that are... I mean, look how many copies sold on Christmas alone, like around this period. Very unusual. I think it could be a lot of people speculatively buying this ahead of time, anticipating Half-Life 3 getting announced with the Steam machine. Which is plausible. I mean, that is a very plausible thing to happen. Because when Half-Life 3 gets announced, this game will be way more than $100. Because this is, for people that don't know, this is the only console version of Half-Life 1. This is the only way to play the game on a home console. PS2 version. That's how I played it. It's a great version. It's actually, from a technical standpoint, it's very impressive. Super impressive for the PS2. If I had to guess, if Half-Life 3 gets announced, I think PS2 copies of the first Half-Life would easily be shooting up to $250, $300. It would be temporary, it would not last, but you would see a huge price increase in this. I mean, look at what happened to it just because people were getting hyped for potentially Half-Life 3 with the Steam machine. Doubled the price practically on some of these. Who would play the essential PC game on PS2? Me. Yep. And no regrets. Because I have the perspective of I like seeing how certain hardware handles versions of games. And for Half-Life on PS2, I actually did not regret playing it on PS2. It was very neat to see how they handled that game on PS2. And there were a lot of hardcore Half-Life people that were in my chat while I was playing it. So they were pointing out all the differences, like, whoa, that's like, oh, that's how they handled this part compared to the PC version. Like, there were cool little differences and different UI, and like things were handled differently apparently, in cool ways compared to the PC version. Thank you, Christian. You as well. If it's Steam Machine exclusive, why wouldn't you play 1 and 2 on your Steam Machine? Because people exist that want to play games on home consoles. Just how it is. They want to be able to physically own and play the game. If that was the case, Half-Life on PS2 would be a $10 game. This song is ear-grating, oh my goodness. I'm just straight up gonna mute that song until it's over. I don't know if it's that bad for you guys, but the sound mixing on that is terrible. Yeah, Half-Life 2 is on original Xbox. Which, get ready for it, is how I also played Half-Life 2. Shocking, isn't it? The thing to remember too is a lot of us actually just prefer controllers as well. So playing Half-Life tuned to playing with a controller, so it actually had a very unique control scheme on the PS2. Some of us just don't like playing games with keyboard and mouse. Some of us just really like to play a game with a controller. I hate keyboard and mouse. Like, it's just... I just don't prefer it. So I'll play the version that is tuned to playing with a controller. Is it over? It's over. Both of them tricky. Half-Life 1 and 2 console versions. Well, I think I did... I originally played Half-Life 2 on the Xbox when it came out, but when I did my most recent playthrough, I think I did the 360 version. On Series X, I believe is how I did it. Which is fine. That was fun. It was fun. Played just fine. The Bouncer. Still one of the greatest rentals out there. I'm pretty sure everybody just rented the Bouncer, and then the true fans bought it after. Still one of the most fun beat-em-ups out there. I wish they'd bring back ragdoll physics like that for other beat-em-ups. Ragdoll just adds so much flavor to a beat-em-up game. But the greatest thing about the Bouncer that I think a lot of people forget, and it doesn't get enough credit for, is that ragdolling was part of the combo system. So when you would defeat enemies, the whole point of this game was to have enemies knock into other enemies, and if you had an enemy knock into another enemy and like they would die together, you would get increased experience and like more combo points. How do I know this? Because I had a bout with speedrunning in this game for a bit. I actually came up with some pretty important tech in this game too for like movement. But I'm not going to get into that. But I did make a very big discovery in the Bouncer speedrunning scene when it comes to like saving time with moving through the game. But yeah, like I just loved how they handled the ragdoll of knocking enemies into other enemies. So like when you would hit one enemy and it would go into a group of like 5 enemies and they'd all be bouncing around and comboing into one another. It was just genius. Genius use of the ragdoll. Every time you find a copy of Ultimate Spider-Man on PS2, the limited edition, this is always what it looks like. People always tore off that sticker up top and always damaged the cardboard. You pretty much have to look for a copy where somebody either meticulously, carefully removed it, or they cut it with like an X-Acto blade or something instead of tearing it off. Very hard to find a mint condition copy of this. So See, this one here is sealed. Yeah, I think the bouncer was like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that may have been the last Squaresoft game, like with the Squaresoft logo on it. Can't remember. It was definitely one of the last for sure. Yeah, I can't remember what was the last one that they released. That was definitely one of the last. Kingdom Hearts 1 still Squaresoft, okay. I wonder what was the very last. Back when you would see the Squaresoft logo and just buy the game regardless. Square Enix definitely doesn't hold that same high regard anymore. That's how I got Einhander back in the day. I got that game because I just saw the Squaresoft logo on it when I was in EB Games or whatever, Electronics Boutique. And I just bought it because of that. Final Fantasy X-2 in Japan before the merger, okay. Well, maybe the Japanese version, so in the US. I don't think, do I have a 10-2 copy near me here? I don't. Yeah, Square Enix. Hopefully they get back to just like stop focusing on Western AAA games and just like go back to making those in-house Japanese developed games that we know and love from the Squaresoft days. Then they can rekindle that sort of like, oh, I see Square Enix on the cover of this game, I'm just gonna buy it regardless. Yeah, I think, yeah, I used to do the same with Atlus as well. I think Catherine changed things. I think Catherine was the turning point for Atlus. Because that was their first breakout, like, taste of money kind of game. Persona 3 was big for them and everything, but I think Catherine really was, like, their first, like, big release that sold way more copies than they were anticipating. That game had a huge print run, and most Atlus games did not have huge print runs. Catherine was your first Alice game. We have friends who weren't into the know about JRPGs got excited. Yeah, Catherine was a big game for them. Yeah, I think the trailer for Dragon Quest XII will be very eye-opening. I think there's going to be a lot of buzz around that if it doesn't end up having some form of turn-based combat. I really think they're gonna take the like Final Fantasy VII remake approach to combat in that game. Give you the option for a form of turn-based, but it's gonna be designed around action. Is my opinion on it. And these are surprisingly expensive. If you want to transfer PS1 and PS2 stuff to your PS3. I got one of these in a lot one time that had no idea what they had. It's like super cheap. It's easy to pass up on this thing and not realize what you got. Any console or handheld I'm specifically going for? Not necessarily. Like, you mean a console itself? Or the games? Unfortunately, I'm not too knowledgeable on that kind of thing, Shinobi. Like using a Saturn controller on PC, yeah, that I wouldn't know. Someone in chat may know though. Games for a specific console. I mean, I'm always on the hunt for PS1 or PS2 games at a good price that I want. I want to get back into buying a few more Evercade games before those become harder to get, the ones that I want. Because Evercade is the kind of thing where, like, you gotta get those games sooner rather than later because they retire them and then they become legacy carts and then they become way more expensive. Evercade's very fun to collect for. And you get so much mileage out of those carts. There's just so much value in those things. Great price. I especially like going for the arcade carts because in a lot of ways that's the only way to sort of physically in some way own some of these arcade games they release. A VR mod for Breath of the Wild, that sounds pretty crazy. Yeah, playing Skyrim in VR was amazing. So immersive. Can only imagine Zelda. No game, no manual. $100 for just the case? I think you're pushing the limits there. I don't think you're gonna get that for Vanguard Bandits. But I guess if somebody really needs the case and one hasn't been up for sale in a while. Thanks, Pyro. What is happening here? I think their photos glitched. Really? What? Right? That is so true. Like, what am I looking at here? Obviously, it's the Dino Crisis logo. That is... Yeah, I think their camera's just glitched. Yeah, and save yourself the trouble of using the 3D controller on Saturn. That is one of the most carpal tunnel causing controllers I've ever used. I used to speedrun Sonic R on the Saturn version, and then I used the 3D controller. If you're spending prolonged hours using that thing, like, it actually does serious damage to your hands. Like, serious damage. My hands were in bad pain after using that. The pain got so bad I had to stop playing games for like several days at one point. That is one of the worst controllers of all time as far as I'm concerned. In terms of the form of that thing. Because that's a game, Sonic R, you extensively use the trigger buttons, and the trigger buttons on the 3D pad are just incredibly uncomfortable. It's the controller made for Nights in the Dreams, but if you're playing Nights in the Dreams, it should be fine. It's just that if you're playing a game that uses the triggers a lot, it's going to be extremely uncomfortable. Or if you're doing short gameplay sessions, not doing what I was doing and playing Sonic R for 8 to 12 hours straight at a time. It's just the cartridge in the back. Yeah, it won't take cartridges to play, like, there's no cart games. Just the memory expansion. This music feels just like tad too loud. I think that's better. Yeah, I remember buying my Saturn for the Holy Trinity of games, as I used to call them. I wanted it for Panzer Dragoon, Sonic R, and Nights into Dreams. All three amazing exclusives at the time. Yeah, the only games that ever injure my hands are when I get way too involved in like doing time trials and speedruns for racing games. Racing games are what really do me in. because I just get like, when I find a kart racer or something, or any racing game where I really get into the time trials, it's just like the repetitive nature of always drifting with the shoulder buttons, and like it's a lot of repetitive movements. The last time I really did something like that was with Chocobo GP. When Chocobo GP launched on Switch, I was playing that for 10 to 12 hours a day when it first came out. But I was grinding for world records in the time trials, which I did get, to be fair. My commitment paid off. I got some of the top times in the world. But it got to the point where I actually like lost feeling in, what finger was it? I think it was my right hand middle finger. Lost feeling in that finger. Like it had numbness and stuff for probably like a month straight because of that. Yeah, like, I thought I did some serious damage. You know, it started as the whole finger, and then eventually it just was the tip. So, shoutouts to Chocobo GP. Did I beat Snowboard Kids? Snowboard Kids on N64? I used to do speedruns of that as well, so I beat it a lot. It was so funny because recently I got a comment on my world record speedrun for Rookie Mountain on YouTube. The person said, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was pretty much like, now do it with a real board, you cheater. And I'm just like, does this person not understand time trials? When you do a time trial, you're gonna pick a specific character and a specific board that is most optimal for that track. They were apparently mad that I was using the star board that everybody that does speedrun time trials in Snowboard Kids uses, because why would you use a slow board when you're doing time trials? It makes no sense. I was like, yeah, and by the way, I've done speedruns of the full game using slow boards, building up from the start, any percent speedruns. So, just completely negate their argument there anyway. Great speedrun game. Snowboard Kids is awesome. It's like, yeah, let me jump on the ice board so I can slip around the track and get a world record. Makes sense. Ice board in that game is hilarious. Super difficult. It's a snowboard that is meant to have like ice physics. There's a whole category just for that board. The quality games you have to look forward to when you start collecting imports for Sega Saturn. I have no intentions of owning the N64 DD. It's just too expensive at this point. Even back in the day, I thought it was very expensive for what you got with it. You'll have fun with D2. D2 is a game unlike any other. Definitely one of the wackiest games you're ever going to play. Yeah, I wish I can get into Snowboard Kids 2 as much as the first one. Just can't do it. The first one is just... it's just... I prefer the simplicity, and I'm just too attached to the music. and the courses. Like, that game is near perfection. If you really get into Snowboard Kids 1, the worst part is obviously the AI and the use of items. Not much you can do. I mean, it's pretty brutal. But when it comes to the technicality of racing in that game, when you really get into it, like locking in your board position, getting down the jump timing to get the jump boost, which is something a lot of people don't even know is a thing in Snowboard Kids. They don't really realize that you can get mini jump boosts by just like locking in your board, crouching for a couple seconds, and then releasing at a very specific time to get the crouch boost jump. Yeah, it's very underrated for its complexity. Complete inbox D2. I think D2 these days is like in the 150 realm, I believe. Let's see what people are paying for Sega Saturn games. Well, what do you know? Look at this. People on a D spree tonight. Sega Saturn version. Bought seconds ago. Would I ever collect a full set for a console? Only if I was already a decent chunk of the way through it. Starting now, fresh on a console would be almost impossible. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I do have most of the desirable PS2 games already. I mean, there's still a few rare, expensive ones that I would need, but I mean, it would not be impossible for me at this point with PS2. The hardest part would be figuring out all the games that I would still need. Like, just the time it would take to figure that out. Going through and making my list of what I have. Yeah, I was collecting for PS2 back when games like Rule of Rose were like $150. You know, they were expensive. I got my copy of Rule of Rose by combining different listings. So I bought the box and the manual separate from the disc because I got a really good price on the disc, and then I bought the case and manual afterwards separately. Sadly, never bought, like, I wish I was more into survival horror back then because I would have already owned games like Kuon and Rule of Rose when they were like $10 in the bargain bin. But I was not collecting survival horror back then. It was about 10 years ago when Rule of Rose was around that price because it's around when I picked up my copy. At least I was always buying RPGs and platformers and the weird Japanese games. Thankfully, never got into sports games. You gotta feel a little bad for the sports people. Because almost no sports games retain any value at this point. And it's not even just like the monetary value of it, it's like those games just get obsoleted. Even on the same console, it's like every year they're just coming out with a better game, so the older ones become just so pointless. I think the gaming community on YouTube and Twitch has changed over the years. Well, I mean, I'm sure it has. I don't really pay attention to it too closely. I wouldn't even really call it a gaming community on YouTube anymore. Back in the day, it was a community. Like a legit community. These days, people just do their own thing, which is fun. It's just a bunch of different communities. Before it used to be a bit more of a communal community. Twitch? I have no idea. I don't really watch Twitch anymore. The ads are too freaking ridiculous. Thanks, ShinyCom. Appreciate the resub. Yeah, same to you as well. Well, there's ways around it on Firefox, but if you're like me and you don't watch Twitch on a PC, I only watch Twitch on a tablet. You just gotta endure the terrible ads. And I ain't paying for Twitch Turbo. There are still like plenty of Saturn games you can get pretty cheap. The problem is your options are pretty limited. Once you start branching off into anything having to do with RPGs, or even exclusives for that matter, just exclusive Saturn games, some things start getting pricey. We got $10, well $32 shipping. But Dragonheart, $32 shipping. That's a really terrible game. But terrible in a good way, it's entertaining. Saturn still looks very Saturn-y. Meaning like, it's still doing its thing price-wise. Doesn't seem to have changed too much though, to be honest. Everything looks pretty much as it has looked for the past several years, price-wise. Yeah, this is the controller, by the way, that gave me extreme hand pain from playing Sonic R. It's fine for casually playing, but if you're playing a game, see, look at the, like, you could just tell from the look of this, right? That does not look like a fun thing to hold and have to press these triggers for hours on end. So just be careful if you're doing a long session with this controller. Be warned. The PSX, no. I don't think I ever heard somebody call it that. Not out loud, verbally at least. Jeremy, thank you very much for the 108 months. Really crazy resub number as always. Bovine just comes out of nowhere. That's one way to wake up the chat. Thanks so much, Bovine. 10 gift subs going out. Looks like it's hitting up some long timers there with some subs, very much deserved. Thank you for starting that train as well, Bovine. Hope you're well. Yeah, speaking of annoying ads, that's one way to get rid of the freaking ads on Twitch. At least in my VODs. Getting your sub gifts, you guys won't have your annoying ads in my VODs if you watch my past broadcasts. I'm pretty sure I'm like one of the only people remaining on Twitch that is not running mid-roll ads. Because I swear every stream I've tuned into has mid-roll ads and it drives me wild. I start to question my own sanity for not doing it myself. You know that movie Last Man on Earth? Well, I start to feel like that on Twitch. Amberg celebrating the 5 years, getting the golden doorknob. Thanks so much, Amberg. Thank you for being a pillar of the community all these years. Appreciate it as always. Thank you, Buck. Appreciate it. I think NES, Super Nintendo prices will ever come down. Not drastically. No, nothing drastic. I mean, the prices of consoles like that are pretty cemented at this point. There'd have to be a mass exodus of people collecting those consoles to see a major price swing at this point. I don't see any reason to see something like that happening. I don't think I don't think I have any control over that either. I have control over ads during live streams, but the VODs are just like out of my hands. Like essentially if you're partnered and you have monetization on your channel, Twitch pretty much just forces it on you, I believe. I can't watch VODs anymore on Twitch. It's kind of obnoxious. Unless I'm subscribed. Needs a laser eye. I like the metallic color that they chose. I'm not sure I like the Sonic on top though. It kind of looks... It just looks... It's just the relief on it is a little too high. Oh, thank you, Landhawk. I'm sorry I missed yours for a moment. Thank you for the 51 months. Twitch has, like, they up... I don't know if it's my dark reader or something, but man, it's a lot harder lately for me to pick out subs in chat. Did they update this or something for you guys? It's just so much harder for me to... Hold on, let me turn off dark mode and see if that fixes the problem. Gonna be blinded by the light here. Okay, no, apparently it's still in dark mode on Twitch for me. Interesting. Yeah, like, now notifications in Twitch chat just are like... It just has a little teal bar to the left. It's so much harder to notice resubs in chat than it used to be. I think they used to use purple or something. Now it almost looks like a resub notification is just a normal chat message for me. Guys are setting off the fireworks over there on Twitch. Thanks very much, Tentative. Thank you for the 57 months. Dan with the 125. Dan, one of the longest surviving resubbers on the channel. 125 is one of the highest that can exist on my channel. Thanks, Dan. Always appreciate it. The people on YouTube are like, what the hell's going on right now? Let's see, the longest that somebody could be subbed. So my own subscription to myself is 128 months. So Dan missed, because there was a period where I wasn't like streaming for consistently for like 3 months or so. So those are the 3 months that Dan wasn't subscribed. Otherwise, Dan has been subscribed for every month except for 3 very early months when I first got partner. That was back in like, that was literally the beginning of Twitch, by the way. It went from Justin TV. As soon as I moved over to Twitch, I pretty much instantly got partner. And that's when they started subscriptions. Yeah, and back in the day, there was no such thing as Prime subs. Yeah, auto resubs weren't a thing. You had to manually be there to resub every time. People on YouTube are probably like, wait, you've been streaming for 125 months? Yep. Well, longer than that. Just, that's when I first got monetized. Let's see, 128 months. 10.6 years. But I have been streaming way longer than that. But those are back in the Justin TV days. Hey, thanks, K-Dash. Thank you for the cute little super sticker there. How many cameras? Well, like webcams don't typically break, so I pretty much upgrade webcams when it makes sense, right? Like as the technology gets better and cheaper, right? So like you would go from using a 720 webcam, and then when the 1080s kind of came out and started getting better priced, well, not even better priced, I would pretty much just upgrade it anyway as soon as they kind of became available. You don't really go through many webcams. You kind of just use what you use until a much better alternative comes around. There's no reason to use like 4K webcams anyway when you're doing small picture-in-picture. It doesn't make any sense. Especially if your stream isn't being output at 4K. I don't recommend outputting streams at 4K because not everybody can watch streams at 4K. Not everybody's internet can handle that. Your Twitch account is from 2011. The date on mine is January 3rd, 2009. I missed 2008 by a few days because I actually remade my account. I remember I made my Justin TV account, but then I like remade it a few weeks later because I wanted to change the name on it or something like that. I don't remember what my original name on it was, but back then you couldn't just do a name change request. You had to make an entirely new account. So I made a Pete's Game Room back then. What the hell? That is a weird emote. Okay. I'll take it, I guess. You made your Twitch account because of Hearthstone? I used to watch so many Hearthstone streams back in the day. I was like a different time, boy. It used to be so fun just popping between all the big Hearthstone streamers. I used to learn so much about playing that game by watching them. Yeah, those Hearthstone streamers were hardcore too. They'd stream like 15 hours a day. It's crazy. And that's all they did. The problem with doing that, they only became known for Hearthstone, so for a lot of them it was very hard to transition into streaming almost anything else. Some of them were able to break away eventually, but a lot of them, they only became known for Hearthstone, so if they tried to play anything else, it would just like ruin their stream. That's why don't become a one-trick pony if you get into streaming. Make sure that you are very upfront about playing different games if that's what you plan on doing. Yeah, I used to watch all those Hearthstone streamers. Trying to remember like some of the names of them. I can't even remember, but I used to watch all of them. Yeah, pretty much all of them. Like certain players were better at certain decks than others. Like you'd have the player that's really good at like priest, and you'd have the player that's really good at rogue. I didn't really watch the rogue players too much because I didn't like playing rogue. Rogue was like one of the only... Rogue and mage I didn't play too much of, but especially rogue. Unless it was like a weird rogue deck. I didn't like the traditional rogue decks. Druid. I used to like playing Druid because Druid had so many different like troll decks you can use. I used to love the troll decks. I remember I was really excited when like Murloc first became a viable thing, especially with like Paladin Murloc. That was fun. Could never go back and play Hearthstone now though, forget about it. It's a completely different game at this point. Do I dare do a Game Boy search without filtering Pokemon? Well, considering we're listening to Pokemon music right now, it should be fine. I don't think I have any of my old Hearthstone streams saved. I think those all got deleted. I would love to look back at one of those. That would be fun. Maybe one of them survived. I'm not sure. I used to stream it way back in the day. Hearthstone would not have worked as a physical card game because Hearthstone was known for its random elements. There were tons of things that just could not be pulled off in a physical card game. But that's what made it different and exciting. The random element of Hearthstone is what ultimately made that game very successful and different. People either loved it or hated it, but most people loved it. It was a very casual card game. There's more involved in a Hearthstone game than just coin flipping. I mean, there was some crazy random stuff in that game. $2,600. I didn't grow up with 2600, so I definitely have more of an affinity towards the ColecoVision. 2600 I appreciate, but I don't really consider myself a collector or a player of that console very much. Honestly, the most 2600 I've played is like whatever I played on the VCS. Whatever I downloaded on there recently. It's been a long time since I've played like the actual Atari. I think the main reason is I used to have a an S-video modded Atari 2600 that eventually stopped working, like it stopped outputting color for some reason, and then I just gave up on it after that. I remember getting a homebrew game that I was really excited to stream, and then I turned it on to find out it wasn't really working anymore, so I was just like, well, that's that, I guess, and haven't gone back to it since. Hello, David. I really enjoy the remakes of Atari games they've been coming out with lately, though. The recharged kind of games, those are really neat. Hey, maybe next year we'll do some ColecoVision. I've been wanting to do ColecoVision for so long. Still got all my old ColecoVision games. Sure, most of them may have trouble working though. Yeah, I'm kind of excited looking at the game lineup for next year and seeing that there's not like a ton of modern games I'm interested in, because that just means more time to play some older stuff. This year, I will say, I mean, it was a very busy year. There were a lot of modern games I was interested in. We had the Switch too, like it was, you know, very easy to get caught up in a lot of the stuff this year. Especially because I was very caught up in things like RPG Maker. Bucket list games. I want to get through a lot more RPGs next year. When did I get my Super Nintendo? I got well, the thing is I had one of my friends when I was younger. I had the Sega Genesis, and then a friend had a Super Nintendo. So we had the best of both worlds. When I wanted to play Super Nintendo, I'd hang out at their house and play Super Nintendo. When they wanted to play Genesis, they'd hang out and play Sega Genesis. So in a way, I kind of like played a ton of Super Nintendo without owning one for a while. But I got the Super Nintendo when they had the Model 2 that came bundled with Yoshi's Island. That is the model that I got. And it wasn't necessarily a system seller, it was just that the time had come where Super Nintendo became cheap enough that it just made sense to get one of my own. The Model 2 is pretty cheap when I got it, at least. I actually vastly prefer the Model 2. I think the form of that thing is way better than the original, personally. Kind of reminds me more of a Super Famicom. CRT, no. With my streaming setup, I pretty much just have room for one TV, so I modernize all my older consoles to just run into my TV that I use for everything. Especially when you have companies like Analog that keep releasing like really great ways to play older consoles on a modern TV. I will eventually hook up like a little CRT I have for streaming like certain music rhythm games and stuff, because that can be really hard to play with my setup since I don't have anything that would mitigate the lag. Is there a command that gives a rundown on what to expect in eBay game hunting experience? Not really. Pretty much these streams are just, they're hangout streams. Typically, if I find a listing that is a good price, like a buy it now or an auction, I'll link it in chat. Tonight just happens to be a night where there haven't been very many interesting listings. But we use listings to facilitate discussions. What do I think is the split between people who buy retro, who play and collect? I think the split is very... It's a big divide. I think the amount of people that buy games just to collect is very small. Those are essentially the posers. Right? I think it's possible to be a good combination of a collector and a player. Like, there's no defined, like, you're either a collector or you're a gamer. I think it's very easy to be a collector and a gamer. Nothing wrong with that. But the people that just buy to collect, they're in the hobby for the wrong reasons. And they will eventually, as they always do, find out that it's just not for them, and then they sell their entire collection back into the ecosystem. You can't force passion collecting retro games. It's either for you, or it's not. You can't try and fit in. You'll eventually fall out from it. The real ones stick around, the fake ones eventually leave. $560. No thanks. Wow, thank you, Kenny. Very rarely get bits these days. Appreciate that very much. I like forget that bits even exist sometimes. But thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Collecting and gaming go hand in hand. I mean, all the collecting I did for all these years is paying off big time in terms of, like, I have a giant collection now because I collected so hardcore all those years, and I paid comparatively pennies back then compared to what I'd have to pay for it now. So there's nothing wrong with collecting games that you're like, yeah, I'll play this one day. You know, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, why buy games that you don't plan on playing? It's like, no, I plan on playing these games. And believe me, I'm very glad that I bought a lot of the games that I did. Maybe I don't get around to playing a game for 20 years, but at least I didn't have to spend a ton of money on it, right? Like, I remember what I bought, what I paid for these games. So the collector in me back then is supporting the gamer in me now. That's why it's possible to be a collector and a gamer. Oh, why buy more games than you can play? Because I'll eventually play them. It may take me many years, it may take decades, but I will eventually play it. And it didn't break the bank doing it back then, let me tell you. I am very glad I collected as hardcore as I did. Because that means I don't have to collect as crazy now. And it's a great time to not collect as crazy right now because, you know, it's not as easy to collect these days. It's easier, well, I guess the benefit of it now is, like, it's easier to pace yourself because games are more expensive, so you have to be way more selective in what you pick up. Back in the day, it was like a kid in a candy store. You can't really do that anymore. Now you're a kid in a jewelry store. You walk in, you buy one thing. And that's the one thing that you're buying for a bit. Let's do affiliate, shall we? Affiliate list is spanning 2 weeks this time. So it's a bit heftier than last time. So this is between the dates of December 7th and December 20th. So if you picked up anything using my eBay affiliate link between those dates, hopefully it will show up on here. We can check out what you bought, what you paid. Maybe you got a good deal, maybe you got a bad deal. Usually people tend to get good deals. Princess Maker is yours, Dan. Well, I'm glad that you're channeling your inner princess, Dan. Definitely not what I expected the cover to look like. Import games Japan, $3 shipping. Oh, they were selling from the US. No wonder the shipping's so good. Yeah, that's worth it. It's good to find an import seller that has good shipping. Would it be worthless to start collecting now? I mean, honestly, I personally feel like if you even have to ask the question if collecting is even worth getting into right now, then it's probably not for you. Or like, if you feel that burning desire in your heart for retro games, you'll do it regardless. So if the prices are just like too out there, just emulate, right? Just have fun, play the games you want to play. You got to feel that desire to buy physical games at this point. If you don't feel it and you're questioning it, just emulate, do what you got to do. It takes a special something to get into collecting retro games from scratch at this moment. It's not for everybody. But don't let it dissuade you. It's very intimidating to go onto YouTube and see everybody like, oh, my game room of 5,000 games is worth $1 million. Don't let it dissuade you. Some of the best collections out there are the collections that fit on one shelf, but every game means something to you. May not mean something to everybody else, but small personal collections hold just as much weight as giant, huge, catch-all kind of collections. Zelda Ocarina of Seasons for the Game Boy Color cartridge for $56. That's the one that I bought. I chose Seasons when that Seasons and Ages came out. Collectible lot of 30 and 64 games for $1,900. See, nice and cheap. See what I'm talking about? Let's see what games they got. Complete in box, no less. Very nice. What do you think, Eric? Let's see what we got here. Okay, the good stuff is on the right. Vigilante 8, Gauntlet, Revolt, Tony Hawk, Cruisin' World, Mario Tennis, Super Smash Bros., GoldenEye, Turok, 007. Can't zoom in on this. What happened? Looks like Killer Instinct, I think that was. Mario Kart 64, Donkey Kong 64, Zelda Perfect Dark. Oh no, Jet Force Gemini, okay. $30 games, 1,900. They look to be pretty good condition. Well, that's one way to start an N64 collection or add to it. Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes in hand with what I was talking about earlier, Mel. A lot of people did get into it around that time, like retro game collecting. But it is very hard to fake being into collecting retro games. Right? Like eventually, if people are getting into retro games for the wrong reasons, they will eventually get rid of their collections. If they don't have that emotional attachment, nostalgic attachment to the stuff they're buying, they'll get rid of it. The money is very enticing, right? Retro games are not cheap. So the people that are into collecting retro games, they're typically into it for their lifetime. At least that's how I feel. So you'll always have that revolving door of people coming and going, which I think is healthy for the hobby, because they're always going to be putting games back into supply. Right? Like, so the people that get into collecting and then they decide, you know what, maybe this isn't for me. Or, you know what, I need the money, I'm going to get out of this, it's just too expensive. It just puts more games back into the ecosystem for others to buy. If nobody was selling games, it would be pretty much worse than it is. Personally, I feel like it's only gonna get harder and harder though, because I really do think a lot of people are gonna slip back into collecting older games with these generations that are coming, these console generations. Games keep getting more expensive. The genres and types of games that we want to play keep disappearing. Like, I don't know about you guys, I love my 360 PS3 era action games. It's very hard to find that style of action game on newer consoles. Very hard. There are just certain genres and types of games, or like genres that have evolved in certain ways that I don't enjoy as much as I used to. So I feel like eventually people are just going to be like, man, instead of spending $70 on this new game, $80 on this new game, I'm just going to spend that $70 or $80 on like one or two games from an older console that I know I love, and we don't really get them anymore. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially as things move more towards digital over physical. And thanks, Blizzard. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 23 months, almost 2 years as a member on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the golden knob as well. Gungrave on PS2 is the first one because you wanted to play it. Gungrave is a great game. Gungrave is super underrated. Let's see, Zelda Oracle of Seasons again. So it has seasons and seasons. Two of the same one. Cat Toy Shooting Gun Interactive Launcher. Alright, let's see what this cat toy looks like. When you feel like shooting your cat, but you gotta do it in a safe manner, is the next best thing. Battletoads Double Dragon for the Super Nintendo. Ah, man, I used to love Battletoads Double Dragon, but I played the Genesis version. Absolutely brutally difficult game, but man, I loved that game. It was amazing co-op. It was really great co-op because you would do these combos with like the player you were playing with. It was so easy to like grab an enemy, beat it up, throw it, your teammate catches it. But I think there was friendly fire in that, right? Couldn't you like mistakenly beat up your... Yeah, there was friendly fire in that. That was a very hard game. Battletoads, Double Dragon, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time for Super Nintendo. I was more of a Hyperstone Heist kind of person, personally. Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Game Boy Advance, Instruction Manual booklet only. Looks like we're going to have a lot of booklets. Holy moly. Jeez. Chessmaster Game Boy Instruction Manual, In Your Face Game Boy Instruction Manual, Side Pocket Instruction Manual, Dan Wesson Rear Sight Mag, Sporting Goods, Skate or Die Instruction Manual, Men's and Women's Alpaca Wool Socks, Winter Socks. Alright, I gotta judge your wool socks because I got the amount of socks I got for Christmas this year was pretty staggering. Interesting. Alpaca. Definitely looks like designer socks, right? Like super uppity, high quality socks. They look warm. Yeah, they look warm. Thanks, computer. Appreciate it. Vegas games for the Game Boy Color manual, Pac-Man Game Boy manual, Driver 2 Game Boy Advance manual, Buzz Lightyear Star Command Game Boy Color manual, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dice Monsters Game Boy Advance manual. E40 presents the double album Southwest Riders 2D set. Let's see what the heck this is. I wonder if this is a collectioneer coming back buying rap CDs again. I wonder. It's been a while. We haven't seen the rap CDs in a long time. Is this stuff I sold? No, this is stuff people bought with my eBay affiliate link. So people in my community. The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past Game Boy Advance Instruction Manual. That's the most expensive manual so far, unsurprisingly. Tony Hawk 3 Game Boy Advance Instruction Manual, Super Scrabble Manual, Disney's DuckTales Game Boy Manual, $13 for that one. The blanket is really soft. Wait, what? Oh, you got a blanket? Yeah, there's some really soft blankets out there. I have a heated blanket. I love that thing. Sometimes I use it while I'm streaming, honestly. Shadowman Remastered Limited Run Games Series 3 Trading Card. Alright, reveal yourself. Who was it? That's cool. I don't care if other people collect limited run games. I don't, but I don't care if other people do. There's no link. It's just a blanket that you pick up in Target. Vintage open box Sega Genesis Competition Pro Controller. Let's see what one this is. Wow, that looks uncomfortable. But it's got turbo fire. I'd imagine the person that bought this is probably using this for like shoot 'em ups. America's Greatest Roller Coaster Thrills Volume 1 on Laserdisc. That's honestly, if you get like first-person view of old roller coasters, that might be kind of cool. Oh my god, they give you 3D glasses? That's actually kind of cool. Peak 90s experience. That's probably pretty fun. That's yours. You picked this up, Tricky? Oh, this Laserdisc here? There's all the roller coasters. I love roller coasters. Yeah, I've never been scared of them. You know, I'll ride any of them. It doesn't really matter. The only ones I may not ride anymore, though, are like wooden roller coasters. Because, man, those things can do a number on you. Very, like, throwing your neck at, like, I'd ride the smooth ones. I don't care how many loops they got. I don't care. If it's smooth, yes. If it's a wooden roller coaster, yeah, probably not going to go on that. Out of 4 brand new StarTech 4-to-1 USB 2.0 preferable sharing switch. Monoprice video audio selector brand new in box. Someone's doing some like switch box stuff. Goemon's Great Adventure for the N64. Yes. Definitely one of the like top N64 games that I still want to get one day. Never played these. This is the second one. They're showing me a different listing. Unfortunately, I hate it when eBay does this. They don't show you the original listing. They just select a random one that's currently for sale. Of course, they're selling you practically... They're showing you the most expensive one on there right now. Have you ever seen the Mortal Kombat controllers with the small cartridges? I'm not sure if I've seen that. And one new men's traveling reversible crew neck. Super Nintendo Justice League. Let's see, these ones where it's just the title of the game, you never know. It could be fully complete, which it was. It's to be in good shape. Cool cover art. Oh, Sunsoft. Can't go wrong with Sunsoft. Sunsoft is one of those developers where if I see their name on a game, I'll just buy it regardless. I don't even know. Don't even gotta do research on the game. You just know it's gonna be decent most of the time. Do I think retro console prices will fall in price or just continue to slowly climb? I don't think you'll see any drastic dips. I think for some consoles though, they've reached the peak, right? Like I'm not sure how much higher stuff like NES or Super Nintendo games can go. I think those were the fire starters, and everything else from there is just like the collateral damage, right? Because NES and Super Nintendo were really some of the first consoles that got very expensive. And then everything else followed suit. So now a lot of people are like spreading their funds into way more consoles than just the Nintendo stuff. So if anything, you would potentially see consoles like Super Nintendo and NES slightly fall or just even out. But I can't see those consoles continuing to climb. If they continue to climb, it's not because of the people that are actually buying the games to play them. It's for ulterior motives, right? Let's just hope people that are really into collecting things like trading cards and shoes and all that other stuff, like, let's just hope that those scalpers and investors right now that are like camping out in Targets and Walmarts to flip and make money, like, let's just hope that the majority of them stay away from games. Because I think if they came into the video game space, retro games are highly exploitive. It is very easy to corner the market on certain games, right? Like, it's not hard. People do it with trading cards where they will go on TCG Player and they'll buy out the entirety of one card to try and raise the price. We don't want to see that start happening with retro games, because then that's when things are going to become very shitty. I'm sure it's happened to some degree, but like, do we want scalper investors coming into retro games and being like, you know what? I'm going to buy every single copy that is available on the internet right now for this random Saturn game or this random N64 game or a random PS1 game, and then I'm just going to hold them and slowly release them to the market. Anytime somebody lists another one, I'm going to buy it and corner the market. Like, that's the kind of stuff we don't want. So that's the only thing that I think can drastically raise the prices on certain consoles that are already expensive. I think as long as we don't get that coming into the hobby, I think pricing will kind of just stay as is, slightly go up. I don't think we're going to see any crazy swings on certain consoles. The ones that have been expensive for a long time already, that is. It's really the consoles that have come out in the last 20 years or so that you got to keep your eye on. You know, like, there are consoles that I don't think have reached their highest peak pricing yet. Stuff like Wii, I think a lot of people are sleeping on, because Wii is a lot of work. There's a lot of garbage you got to wade through to find the good stuff. PS4, I think at some point will also become way harder to collect for. Right now is prime time to collect PS4. So many cheap, amazing games, and also so many cheap, amazing games that happen to have low print runs. That'll be a nightmare to collect later on. So it really depends on console by console. Analog 3D. Controller and N64 game lot. Okay, so that's probably the person that bought that giant N64 lot. The analog hype. Man, I'd love to try and sneak in a pre-order for the one that they got up right now. That ships in January. We'll see. I do love Analog's products. I've always been happy with them. They're never disappointing. Oh, look at all the games you get. That was actually a pretty good deal. Good snag on this. Super worth it. You think most scalpers move to Pokemon cards, but if Pokemon cards ever become... There's a lot of stuff going on in Pokemon right now where Pokemon Company just like... They bought a new warehouse to print more cards. So the scalpers in Pokemon are struggling a little bit right now. The scalping is like calming down a little bit because people are finally like stopped. They're not really buying scalped prices anymore. So if they decide like Pokemon isn't for them anymore, they can move into other hobbies like retro games. So let's just hope that don't happen. But let's just hope the Logan Pauls and stuff like that stay the hell away from retro games. The worst thing that can happen to retro games is you get someone like that comes in and like, oh man, I bought a full collection of N64 games, and oh no, please just stay away. Stay far away. Where did I generate this? Well, I can download this from my eBay analytics. Fan Mika Picasso art illustration book. Bunch of VTuber stuff apparently. Reveal yourselves. Who was it? No, we don't care. V Sisters 3. Intercontinental Ballistic Girl. Alright, I'm gonna pick one of these. One. We're gonna pick the most expensive one. About to get exposed. Let me pre-screen this first. You never know with this VTuber stuff these days. They're sweating bullets right now. They're like, oh my goodness. Okay, no, it looks fine to me. Wait, this isn't a VTuber book. Hold on, no, we gotta choose one of the VTuber ones. We're gonna choose this one. The $3 one. This was what that was. Okay. Let me check this. Honestly, though, every time I check one of these, it's usually fine. Oh, they don't let you see in the inside of this one. Oh boy. Gotta use your imagination. Oh, let's see. Pokemon Gold version, Game Boy Color. Yeah, but Miskif, he don't have the pull of some of the other influencers out there. So, you just gotta hope that the really big ones stay the hell away from it. Pokemon Gold version Trainer's Guide for $14. Willow VHS sealed. Interesting. Sealed VHS collectors. Cool cover. I really miss these old VHS covers with like the hand-drawn artwork. $12.97. It looks like a Best Buy price sticker. Old one. Apparently the show that they did on, what was it, Netflix, was so bad they just pulled it from Netflix. Imagine your show being received so poorly that they take it down. That's crazy. Big Mountain 2000. Oh, interesting. Original box and cart. Yeah, this is, it's a good game, actually. I enjoyed what I played of this. One of the more harder to find N64 games. It's fun. Don't sleep on this one. I know the artwork looks terrible. Super sun faded. But hey, if you don't mind the sun fading, it's a good price. Yeah, personally, I don't even think I've watched Willow yet. I may have seen it when I was younger, at like my grandparents' house or something, but I don't really have much of a memory. I have a very vague memory of seeing it when I was younger, but I don't recall like specifics. So one day maybe I'll watch it. Aluminum shock mount bracket for a Kyosho Mini Z Monster Kyosho Overland RC ports. DS Magnetica video game. One of those random cheap puzzle games that the DS got. I don't think I ever played this one. Oh yeah, this was like that, what was it, Zuma? Similar, right? Yeah, this genre of puzzle game became very popular around this time. Especially with the PopCap soccer moms that love that stuff. I don't even know where I found this. This is my affiliate list. So like when people buy stuff with my eBay affiliate link, I get the data of what they bought. Frabil 10-inch Pro Thermal Tip Hole Cover Type Ice Fishing Tip Up made in the USA. Ice fishing, huh? Well, that's a first for my affiliate review. Yeah, you wouldn't catch me out on no ice fishing. Tell you that much right now. Nope. Nendoroid DX Wreck-It Ralph Vanillope. Good Smile Company. A Nendoroid for Wreck-It Ralph, $160. Wow. Nendoroids are pretty cool. They look nice. Oh. Oh, for that character. Interesting. Nendoroids do a really good job of capturing the character. They're typically, the detail on these is typically very nice. Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning for the Switch. Never played the first one. Honestly, not sure what I think about that game. Resident Evil 1 and 2 for the PS1. Registration card and case manual only, no disc for $72. Seems like a fair price for that. Mickey Speedway for the N64 cart only. Probably going to the person that bought the analog. Can't blame him, right? You get the analog, you're going to be pretty excited to pick up some games. And what better game to buy than Quest 64? 3DS Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds. Handheld Game of the Year. $35. A playset of Sorcery Contested Realm. Wizard Non-Foil. Man, let me tell you, that Sorcery Gothic set, super fun. Super fun set. Sadly, I read some news that the US is way harder to pull like the rare unique foils than it is in other parts of the world. Oh my god, this card is amazing. What the hell? Sorcery is so cool. Cat Wizard. An ordinary mortal Mew to power. Pokemon XY Evolution Charizard Hollow PSA 8. So yeah, Evolution's definitely like one of the most graded sets out there for Pokemon, so that's how you're able to get a... They're not showing me the original listing, but that's how you're able to get a Charizard affordably, to say the least. Gale of Darkness, GameCube manual only. Still want to play that game. Hopefully I can look past the terrible battle music. Nintendo NES Bishu Zipper Controller Game Control. What the heck is that? Bishu Zipper Controller. Is this you, Trekkie? You got quite the taste in controllers, it seems. Interesting. Are you collecting like turbo controllers or just odd N64 or sorry, NES controllers? I think it's safe to assume it would be Moogie. Depends on the category that it's under though. Hello Twitchman. Mega Diancie EX. There are some Pokemon names that I'm just like, I have no idea what the heck I'm trying to pronounce. Diancie. Scrafty EX. Industrial Light and Magic into the Digital Realm hardcover first edition. Oh, that's a cool cover. Nice. Marvel Legends Baron Zemo and Arnim Zala figure 2-pack from Captain America. Well, we know whose that is. I'm assuming this is Trekkie as well. Yeah, I have no idea who these characters are. But I like this guy. I like his design. Very unique. Baron Zemo. Yeah, no idea. No clue. They're both kind of cool, honestly. I didn't watch those Captain America movies. Making Movie Magic, the photographs by John Richardson. Banjo-Kazooie cart only, $30. You're looking for a good shovelware game, kind of like Bayonetta. A shovelware game like Bayonetta would be, oh my god, what is the name of that game? It's more Devil May Cry than Bayonetta. Man, it was digital only though. What was the name of it? I didn't play it, but I always wanted to play it. Damn. It's killing me too. What is the name of that game? If the name comes back to me, I'll let you know. It was a digital only release. It was like $20 or $30. Definitely shovelware worthy. It was a PS4 game. Let's see. Final Fantasy Adventure Instruction Manual only for Game Boy, $15. I think that's the highest price manual yet. Digital only. I don't think I had a physical copy now. And that is it for this review. Fun stuff on here this week. I think we got to give purchase of the week to the N64 lot. How could we not? What a great lot. Tons of great games, great condition. I'd give the runner-up to the cat gun shooting toy. So congrats. You guys win nothing. Bullet Witch. Bullet Witch, yeah. Interesting choice for sure. That definitely would qualify as a shovelware, though kind of, not rare, but kind of uncommon Bayonetta clone. I wouldn't say clone, but like, if you like Bayonetta, that's a good, terrible version to play. That's yours, Come Dream. Nice. Have you moved on from the mini discs yet, or is that still a thing? You have all the mini discs you want. Yeah, I think that's a safe bet to assume. After the rampage you went on the last couple of weeks. Mortal Kombat 3 control pad. Oni Chambara. Oh yeah, Oni Chambara would be a good one. Any of the Oni Chambara games. Certainly, for sure. This thing here. So what are these cartridges used for? Special cartridges to enable pre-programmed special moves and fatalities. It was designed to work with Mortal Kombat 2 and other original Mortal Kombat. The controller had a custom shell with extra buttons and slot to insert the cartridges containing character-specific moves. Includes controller. So wait, would you get exclusive moves in these cartridges, or would it just make doing the moves like an instant button press? It's pretty interesting. They save moves and fatalities. That's cool. So it makes doing moves and fatalities a lot easier. Looks like it's the only one on here. That's pretty different. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, boy. I was not pulling off complex fatalities as a kid in Mortal Kombat. It's a pretty decent looking lot, but boy, the price is not tempting. This person has good lots, but I think they'd be better off, if they're gonna do an auction, to start it at $1 and let people go crazy. See what they're willing to pay. What's up, Similarian? Same to you. Looks like they're just pricing every one of their lots at $750. Once again, another pretty solid lot of PS1 games. Just wish they'd start the bid lower. I almost feel like if they started the bid really low, it would almost work its way up to $750, but starting your bid at $750, that makes it a lot harder for people to want to start bidding on this. This one looks like it got chewed on by piranhas. or little children. It is kind of funny though, if you're gonna have a game that looks like it's had a big chunk bitten out of it, having it on Finding Nemo with the big shark on the back is actually kind of funny. Yeah, no more ramen for me, that's for sure. Especially microwave ramen. The salt in there is crazy. Thanks, PeteDorr. I have not played Maneater, no. Or did I? If I played it, I think it was only for like an hour. I have like a vague memory of trying that at some point. But if I did, I don't remember much. Shovelware games that are going up. I mean, not necessarily. That's a pretty general question. I wouldn't say like Wii shovelware games are going up right now. Most people don't want shovelware games, so I think you're kind of in the clear. The heck is a blood echo? Oh, Bloodborne? You can buy stuff for Bloodborne on eBay? Seriously? Reach out to me to face my brand new character in battle. If or when you win, your character would automatically receive over 100 million blood echoes for your character to use to make it through treacherous, bloody world of Yaharnam to become the ultimate hunter. Being able to connect requires precise timing on bell rings to signal summons and runes to initiate battle between your hunter and mine. All of this will be discussed personally to give you the best experience for your hunter. Wow. That seems like it would take all the fun out of playing Bloodborne. This music reminds you that they finally added lobby. Hold on, they added music to the Switch eShop? How is this not major world-breaking news? Hold on. Hold the freaking door right now. Gotta listen to this. Better not be temporary. Switch 2 or Switch 1? Switch eShop music. Is there a specific name for it? I'm not. The only things I'm seeing on here are like 2 years old. Just check. There's no music. For the Switch 1? 2 years ago? Unused theme. No, that can't be it. So they added music for the Switch 1, but not the Switch 2? Are you serious? Oh well. I was excited for a moment. Why Nintendo Why Nintendo stopped adding cheery shopping music to their eShops is beyond me. I really believe that those cheery, poppy, happy-go-lucky eShop songs that they used to have sold more games. I truly believe it. I bet you if you did the research, you would find that it makes people buy more games. Yeah, if you want dark mode on eBay, you gotta use an extension. But be careful what extension you install. The one I use is Dark Reader. Apparently that one's pretty trustworthy. The last time I installed a Dark Reader thing extension, it like installed some freaking you know, not like malware, but like just some annoying stuff. So you got to be really careful when you install. Yeah, how eBay doesn't have a built-in dark mode yet is beyond me. It's got dark mode on their app, but the website I don't think has dark mode built in. Yeah, once you go dark mode on eBay, it's really hard to go back. Like, watch, ready? Gonna blind you. I can't, like, I'm literally, my eyes are already bleeding and getting strained. I can't, it just looks... It's really hard to look at non-dark mode eBay. Once you make the switch, you can't go back. What in the world? It's games like these that make me really want to collect big box PC games. Like, look at this. How could you not want to own this game? Thanks, Bleacher. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Rebellion has never looked so pathetic. Oh, that's mean. You are feeble, or rather you're a downtrodden Grenellion who just happens to be called feeble. Man, this looks so peak 90s. What year is it? Windows 95. See, now, if I had a way to, like, I know people have linked me things too, but, like, if there was a way that I can pop this into my PC and guaranteed it would work, I'd be all about it. Installs no problem, plays no problem. That's a cool cover. Yeah, there's still Wii or Wii U games that I want to get. For the Wii, I mean, not so much. I'm pretty sure I have almost everything I'd want on Wii, kinda. Wii U, there's still, like, I still would like WarioWare. I'd still like Paper Mario, Kirby Canvas Curse. That's pretty much it for the Wii U. There's really not too much left. There's just so many better ports now of Wii U games. Oh, and Star Fox on Wii U. Hello, Stunton. I think at some point down the line, I'd be interested in having like Wii U games that have some kind of exclusive mode or gimmick on the touchpad thing. But I'm not at that point yet where I would really care to go down that route. But I do think there will be collectors that actually go after that stuff. Wii U versions that have, like, you know, like Batman, right? The Armored Edition, where you can do some little gimmicks on the gamepad, and he's got like the powered up gloves or whatever the heck it is. You know, those little gimmicks, I think, are what will keep people interested in the Wii U years down the line. Switch eShop has no music. Yeah. Yeah, you got me all excited. I thought for a moment Nintendo got smart again and added music to their eShop. Wii U Maiden of Dark Water. Yeah, I forgot about that version. How does that stack up against the new version of that, though, that you can play on, like, PlayStation? Obviously, the gamepad is probably really cool to aim around with. Unfortunately for me, though, if I were streaming it, that would be really difficult to play that way. I wouldn't be able to really show it. Yeah, the fact that Nintendo abandoned Wii eShop music is like, what? It's one of the all-time greatest songs in gaming, in my opinion. The Wii eShop music. Legendary. How they went away from that, I just don't understand it. Did they really think pure silence was the way to go? Imagine if this was the eShop music right here. Some smooth Fire Emblem jazz, like, come on. You know you'd be breaking out that credit card. Auto-playing trailers. Ah, man, unfortunately that probably is the reason. That's really a shame. Favorite Wii game? One of the Mario Galaxies, probably. I'd have to decide between 1 and 2. I'd have to replay them to really know. But probably Mario Galaxy 2. I mean, I think that's pretty much the undisputed top-tier game on that console, for the most part. Man, terrible auctions tonight. I don't think we found a single auction worth linking. That's very unusual. Viewpoint, Neo Geo CD. I like Viewpoint. I really like these games with the fake 3D effects. Hard game. Viewpoint, not easy. Looks so cool. Wing Islands. I'm trying to remember if that's the one I played. I played a... Oh yeah, I did buy that. Yeah, I bought that a year or two ago. I can't remember if I ever got around to playing it, because I played another game like that on the Wii that was a bit more kiddish. That was Chem Dream Bovine. Chem Dream moved on from mini discs to N64. And thanks again, Bovine, for the sub gifts. Hello, Mike. Sky Captain. Yeah, I played Sky Captain. Sky Captain was really fun. Great. One of the most, like, unexpectedly good Wii games that I've played. Because it looks like a game just for, like, kids. Shovelware kids game. But then you start playing it, you're like, wow. This is actually a really good flight game, especially if you're using the motion controls. It was some of the most fun I ever had with motion controls on the Wii. Cruise and Blast. One of the biggest letdowns when it comes to, like, being promised that they were going to add online multiplayer and then they never did. This game drastically needed online multiplayer. How the heck it didn't have it is beyond me. How do you not have online multiplayer for a game like this? What did you want me to look up, Tricky? Curious to see what this sticker says. Oh wow, Japanese copy of Left 4 Dead? Or no, Chinese copy. Interesting. First time seeing that. Blow molds. Not sure what a blow mold is. Is there a certain category I gotta search under? Decorations. Like this right here, yard decor. Oh, oh, these are like those old plastic light up displays, right? Yeah, these are cool. Obviously more prevalent for like Christmas decorations, but if you've ever seen one, this is definitely like, you've seen these before. The snowman. Yeah, that's a classic right there. See what the most expensive ones are. Whoa. Damn that. An $8,000 Santa with his reindeer. That's pretty hardcore. Jeez, that thing is long. There's the replacement. Oh no, that's the same thing, just not as nice of a picture. That's why never throw out what you find in your grandparents' garage. Alright, you never know. Look at that. $1,000. This thing looks like it's survived the flood or something. Some patina on that thing. So they're still making new ones of these? Well, I guess based on this, yes. I don't think that was a classic one. Yeah, you don't really see these anymore. I don't know about you, but like in my area, you don't typically see people using these type of decorations. Everything is just those inflatable things now, which were really cool when they first started becoming a thing. But now that's all everybody uses are inflatables. It's really nice to see like the old school plastic mold ones. It would be great if they started making those for like video game characters. Shoot, I'd buy them for the game room. Get some like Sonic ones behind me, Mario. Untapped market. As you speak, the person who bought that old Santa is making a YouTube video restoring it for next year. I'm not sure if you're joking, but I wouldn't even doubt it, honestly. A restoration project video. They're probably getting millions of views. People love that stuff. Did I buy the Rudolph game? Not only did I buy it, but I beat it. It was a fun game. Way better than you'd expect. How long to beat it? It took about 3.5, 4 hours. Depends if you're going to try. If you're trying to 100% it, it takes probably 5 to 6 hours. It's actually a pretty fun game to try and 100%. Some stuff in that game is very hidden. Very hard to find. Well, Rudolph is fun. If you like collectathon platformers, you'll enjoy it. It's got some fun movement. It's a lot of fun to like look around for the hidden collectibles. So if the favorite thing in platformers for you is just finding hidden items, you'll like it. There's no enemies really, so it's a very relaxed, easy platformer. It's just like a solid like 6 out of 10 kind of game, right? It's nothing crazy, but it's enjoyable. That's funny. It's official. A button collection keychain. That's such a random thing for Nintendo to sell. They sell those at the Nintendo Museum. Man, these things are so cool. I wish I bought them when they were cheaper. Little handheld, but they have their own carts to play Pokemon games. So cool. Pokemon Mini. But from what I understand, you can just play them in Pokemon Channel, right? Like, isn't every one of these in Pokemon Channel? Or at least most of them. I played it on PS5, yep. PS2 collection update. I mean, it's possible. The hardest part would be just getting all my PS2 stuff in one spot. Because it's, it's all over the place. Because when I do my PS2 wheel, I tend to I want to just keep the games that I haven't played yet on the shelf right next to me. So the games that I have played, I take off the shelf and move into a box or a bin or something just to keep it more organized. Just so it's faster for me to find the games. So when I get back to PS2 stuff, I want to have everything organized on my shelves in alphabetical order so I can quickly find what I'm looking for. I redeemed Club Nintendo points back in the day, yes. I think the best thing I redeemed it on was that statue that had all the Nintendo characters on it. I remember getting that. The Metallica Guitar Hero for the US copy is actually pretty up there for us, at least. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'd consider, especially the PS2 copy and 360, I believe. I'd consider this pretty pricey for a Guitar Hero game. But I'm assuming it depends on region. Well, we can look up Club Nintendo and see. Apparently this is something that ended up being pretty pricey. Look at the price on this. This was cool. I remember almost getting one of these. Not like with my points, but I remember almost buying one when they first started hitting eBay. When it wasn't that expensive. Oh, these things. Wow, I forgot all about these. Is that really the real price that somebody paid for this? That's crazy. I remember seeing these too. Man, I remember looking at these and thinking, oh, that would be cool. Like, I don't remember what the price was when I looked at these, but I remember thinking, like, oh, like, that's doable. I can buy that maybe. I just didn't want to buy it because they were still, like, pricey, but they weren't this pricey. They're very nice, though. Super nice. I heard of Power Drome. I think I played Power Drome for my roulette challenge. If I'm recalling correctly, it was fun. It was a very mediocre racing game, but it was worth playing if you can get it for a few bucks, if I recall correctly. If you're into those sort of like Extreme G style racing games. Favorite Mario Kart? Well, the one I put the absolute most time into had to be Mario Kart 7 on 3DS. So, I'd probably have to say it would be that one. Either that or Mario Kart DS. I played both of them a lot. But I also played Super Circuit a lot as well. I played Mario Kart N64 a lot. I mean, if we're considering nostalgia, Mario Kart 64. But if we're considering like the one that I played the most, Mario Kart 7 probably. So it looks like the most expensive collectible outside of those trophies is this Luigi's Mansion one, which is a pretty cool figure. And this is the thing I'm talking about here. Yeah, I got this. I'm sure a lot of people did. I don't remember the process of getting this though. But I do remember using my points of some type to get it, I think. I kept the box too, of course, because who wouldn't keep that box? That alone is like a separate collectible. Looks like a power brick or a question block. It was a reward at the end of the year. Yeah, I knew it was like some kind of weird threshold you had to meet. How did you have to get it though? Like, what did you have to do? You just had to reach the right status. So in a way, you were using your points, but not directly using your points. I do remember like trying to farm up points towards the end there to try and like reach that status. I do remember like scavenging my DS games for points inside to meet the threshold. I mean, I know Nintendo still has the point stuff with the platinum coins and everything where you can get stuff. It's not the same. It really isn't. It's just the points take too long to get. The stuff they offer just isn't as good. How many points would you need to get that statue? I really don't remember, like, the status I had to reach to get that thing. Was it really hard to achieve? Oh, the Game & Watch collection. Man, I forgot about those. I think I still have mine sealed, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I think I still have my sealed Game & Watch. Man, back when you used to be able to get freaking games through that, man. Crazy. Nintendo is on their S-tier game back then. What do I think of the newer Sonic Racing game? Crossworlds? A disappointment for me personally. It's just not what I wanted out of the series, unfortunately. Too much collaboration stuff for my liking. It's too hectic. Item usage is just too over the top. Everything just comes down to like the second half of the final lap and what items you have on you to win races. Like it's too much. Single player is fine, time trials are fine. The online is very disappointing for me. Yeah, they went to Mario Kart style. I understand that most people really like it, and that's great. But I actually think I prefer Team Sonic Racing, because even Team Sonic Racing, even though it was slower, at least you can tell what was going on, and item usage wasn't like ridiculous, and rubber banding wasn't super extreme. That's a cute plush. You'll find out what my game of the year is in a couple days. I have the video recorded. I just have to work on editing and like the game footage. So get your pitchforks ready. Sharpen them right now. Yep, most people do Diddy Kong, go right ahead. And it just really takes you back to a time when Nintendo just had so much more like fun ideas. I miss Club Nintendo. Where's that little Club Nintendo stand? The one that's meant to hold DS games. I know that's pretty valuable now too. You know what I'm talking about with the hat. Club Nintendo DS stand. You know what I'm talking about. Some people used to collect those to try and fit their entire collection on them. Yeah, this thing. This was cool. I never had one of these. I didn't have one because it's like, what am I going to do? Put 5 games on this thing? If you have a huge collection, it just wouldn't make sense. But from a display perspective, I really wish I got one of these. Because I would just use it as a display. You don't need games in this thing. It's so rough just searching Wii because, I mean, you can see what the results are going to be here. So much stuff you got to wade through. Hello, emissary. I would love to give this game another try, but the thing is, it's a very long game. I remember being pretty disappointed with this one. Played this when it came out, Arc Rise Fantasia. It just didn't do anything exciting at the time. It was just one of those anime RPGs that just like scream the moves that you're using in your face the entire time. Which these days might be pretty nostalgic. Best Wii game, Sonic and the Secret Rings. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. One of the most underrated and misunderstood Wii games for sure. I think if a lot of people really pick that game back up and put some time into really learning the controls, and if you learn the finesse of how to play that game properly, it's actually a lot of fun. You gotta be very patient though. You can't do big exaggerated movements. It's a game that rewards more small Wii movement, like with the controller. So if you really take the time to get good at it, it's really fun. And speaking of it, there it is, see? Speak it into existence. Target exclusive with the DVD, interesting. Comic book DVD. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, PD. Keep it in mind. People like controls with physical feedback. I think people still enjoy Wii games with the motion controls. It's just got to be a game that does it right. It was a really fun gimmick at the time. See here's the back. This is the AI background stuff, right? I'm pretty sure they just take the image of what they're selling and they just say like, give me a background. Right? Unless they're just doing a random Google search. This one, it didn't know what to do. It's just like, alright. Yeah, see, they put it on a green screen. It just spit out whatever that is. What's the point of the AI background? Well, I'll tell you, it grabs my attention every time. Every time I pass by one of those listings, it always catches my attention. So it's doing something. Are my hopes still high for Eco on PS5? I don't care what they add. They don't need to add anything. They just literally need to add Eco on PS5 so that you can just play it on the PS5 and not through like streaming. The only thing I'd want to see them do is how they treated the recent Jak and Daxter release, where I think they have like a rewind feature, right? Where you can like make save states, rewind, stuff like that. That would be so cool for Eco, because for a lot of people, Eco can be really frustrating because save points are kind of few and far between, and some of the jumps and things, and like it's not easy for people. So having that little modern convenience would be nice. And for me as a speedrunner of Eco, being able to make save states and rewind on a dime, and like, man, that would be so amazing to be able to do that. Also, just not having to hook up my PS3 to play Eco would be fantastic. That would be great. And PS3 is one of the most annoying ones to stream because you got to do the HDMI splitter. Yeah, how Eco is still stuck on PS3 is just mind-boggling to me. How has that not been ported in some way? Like digitally, I don't mean physical, just digitally. Put it on the PS5 or the PS4 or something. Crazy. And what really got me is, what was it, a year ago or so? PlayStation put out, like, I forget what video it was, celebrating an anniversary or something along those lines. And the first game they showed in that trailer, they showed, you know, a few modern games like on PS5, but the first old game that they showed in the compilation was Eco. And I was like, oh, well, that's big. They could have showed any PS1 or PS2 game, and they chose Eco as the first game in this sizzle reel. Like, hello? I thought for sure that meant something. A PS5 collection of Eco Shadow of the Colossus Last Guardian would be the obvious thing. Especially Last Guardian running on PS5 at 60 frames a second. Totally doable. How they haven't done it yet is beyond me. Because for those that don't know, you can play Last Guardian in 60 frames. You just have to be willing to occasionally throughout the game, you'll get to a point where the game would crash if it's running. You have to use the disc, you have to unpatch to version 1.0. Then the game will run at 60 frames on a PS5. But at various points throughout the game, like a dozen times or so, you have to install the patch, get past the point where it would crash, and then go back in, uninstall back down to version 1.0, continue, rinse and repeat. So very annoying to do that, obviously. But you can play through the game in 60 frames. But yeah, super annoying. Even I haven't done it yet. And you know how much I love Last Guardian. But just the thought of like constantly having to downpatch, repatch just to get past the crashes. Like I just, yeah, I couldn't do it. I mean, I could, but it wouldn't be fun. Decent selection. It's got Vex, great game. Wish I played that sooner. They can definitely make it happen easily, yeah. At least I feel like they could. Unless the crashes are just like, they can't get around it. I just wish Last Guardian, not so much Shadow of the Colossus, that's very, you know, that's still fairly accessible. But I just wish we had a better version of Last Guardian that ran 60 frames. But Eco is the one that really deserves a new version. Just digitally. I don't need physical. Just release it as a $14.99 PS5 enhanced. Like what they did with Jak and Daxter. Exactly what they did with Jak and Daxter. That's all you need. It needs to be more accessible. It's not an accessible game. And boy, let me tell you, if they put that on PS5, I would 100% come back to speedrunning it for sure. Especially if they add the rewind and save state features. I'd grind the hell out of that game. Because that's the hardest thing about speedrunning Eco is it's very hard to practice certain areas because you have to like, you gotta die, you gotta reload, run back to where you were. It's very hard to practice that game with how the checkpointing works. And there's actually a lot of very difficult tricks in that game. Yeah, the speedrunner for the platinum. Oh yeah, the Eco speedrun, like the trophy, that's no joke. A lot of people, in order to get past that, they actually have to watch a speedrun to understand how to do it. The platinum is not easy in Eco. They're working on something called Project Robot right now. Ueda. We don't really know much about it, other than the teaser trailer. They're still like hiring for that game, so it's still going to be a bit away, a ways away. Yeah, I was worried that speedrunning eco would make me fall out of love with the game, but it made me like it even more. It's just a great excuse to play the game more than I would have otherwise, and when you boil that game down to like playing optimally, it's still really enjoyable. Just makes me really appreciate the level design, how everything strings together. An eco remake. I mean, obviously I would like that, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I don't think they have enough confidence in it. Eco is not a game that has aged particularly well when it comes to the camera and controls. And I don't know. I don't think that they feel that there's a big enough audience to warrant a remake. If they felt there was an audience, they would have ported the game already. What did I like the speedrun more for? I think I enjoyed Final Fantasy X more just because it had breaks. At least like when you did the cutscene version. Even though it was long as hell. Final Fantasy 13, there are no breaks. 13 is a very intense game, and the thing is when you speedrun that, you have to have notes up the whole time, and it's really hard to like read the notes and play the game and read chat. Very, very intense experience. Especially if you're out of practice and you have to like have your face buried in the notes the whole time. Like me. I've been looking into this new route though that somebody came up with, where it's supposed to be like more safe to get through. Like you'll be able to speedrun the game in around 6 to 7 hours, which is slow, but it's like safer. Way less chance of dying and stuff. But I think they're still refining the route, so I'm kind of waiting for them to refine it. Yeah, the Barthandelus fights are, I mean, they're notorious even in the speedrun for being difficult as hell. Some of the most difficult fights in the speedrun. So even like fighting them normally is hard. They're some of my favorite fights though, just because I love the music. It's so epic. Yeah, the music for 13 is really good. It's really grown on me over the years. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like on the fence about trying to get back into 13 for next year. But it's like if I'm gonna do it, I gotta do it. The amount of times that I've picked up Final Fantasy 13 and I'm like, this is it. This is the time. Gonna do 100-hour, like I put in so much time practicing that game, and then like you have to put in so much practice to even get to the point where you can do a speed run of that game. And the one time I did it, I was so rusty, and it took me way longer to do the speed run than it should have. 13 is not a game that you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna de-rust for 2 days and then start speedrunning. How, like, oh my god, it's one of the most... I've put in probably close to like 200 or 300 hours into practicing Final Fantasy 13, or like just learning about the speedrun. If you're including the time that I spent watching other people's runs and not just doing practice myself, yeah, easily over 300 hours. And I still couldn't pull off like a clean speedrun of that game. That is a crazy hard speedrun. But it's fun. Speedrunning 13 is like, it's like playing a whole different game from playing it normally. I mean, it's really fun. Very challenging. You got to be like so in tune with every little mechanic in that game. But that's what makes it fun. You really get into the nitty-gritty of what makes that combat so special. Getting the medal. I made it to diamond rank, yeah. Yeah, Let It Die Inferno though, boy, let me tell you. That game is in big trouble. Prime time, Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, with a mode that's supposed to like funnel all the players online at the same time to play. Literally had like 50 people on Steam. PlayStation probably had like double that. But man, they gotta do something quick. Otherwise, I don't think we're gonna be playing Let It Die Inferno for too much longer. Not because like I'll quit the game, but because the game itself will quit. Like it'll just cease to exist because the player base is so low. Did 13 take a while to grow on me? I enjoyed 13 the first time I played it. Like, I didn't hate it. I wasn't on the bandwagon that was like, man, this is not what I wanted out of Final Fantasy. Because I had already played 10 at the time for me was a disappointment. Now I love 10. 11, of course, I loved. 12 was like, ah, man, like, it's not also it's not quite where I wanted the next Final Fantasy to be in terms of gameplay. So like I wasn't disappointed by 12, but it wasn't what I wanted. So by the time I got to 13, I just accepted the fact that Final Fantasy games were just all going to be getting more and more different every time. So I was kind of like able to embrace the weird combat a little more and the linearity of the game. But over the years, I didn't like love 13. Well, obviously I loved it because I think I gave it my game of the year that it came out, and then in my top 10 games of the decade or whatever, that was like what, number 3 or number 2 on my list, wherever the hell I put it. But when I started learning how to speedrun the game, I really fell in love with it, because you just like you view that game through a totally different lens when you have to understand every minute detail about what makes the combat so special. Night, Pat. Rare Xbox stuff. There's that one basketball game or whatever that's super expensive. I forget the exact name of it. Teen Titans game is also pretty rare on this console. Yeah, if there's a game that I've done like a complete 180 on, Final Fantasy X. I remember when I first played it on PS2, I was very disappointed because it really moved away from the more open feeling of older like PS1 Final Fantasies and the pre-rendered backgrounds. But you know what I mean with open feeling, right? Like having that access to the world map early on, the areas not being so linear like Final Fantasy X. So I was like really like I rage quit Final Fantasy X originally because I was just so sick of the linear environments and the fact that they weren't pre-rendered. It wasn't what I wanted, but man, I've definitely come full circle to that game all these years later. Now I think it's one of the greatest RPGs out there. And that's one of the games where I say like, there's this new outlook that I have on games. The first time I play something, if I'm really disappointed about it because it wasn't what I wanted it or expected it to be, and I come back to it years later, it's harder to be disappointed because I already know what to expect. I'm not blindsided by what the game ends up being. So it's easier for me to appreciate it because now I know what it's like. And I can look for the qualities better and not be distracted by the things that I'm disappointed by. That's exactly what happened with 10. And if anything, I think at the time I took for granted for the fact that Final Fantasy X was really going to be one of the last bastions for like classic style turn-based combat, especially in the Final Fantasy series, but also a lot of RPGs in general. It really was one of the last great AAA style turn-based RPGs. It's just that at the time we took it for granted. We didn't really realize what we were about to lose with the Final Fantasy series after 10 passed. I was going to say for a second, wait, Metal Dungeons, $25? That's a sealed copy. Also not a terrible game. You may be led to believe that this is like one of the worst RPGs out there, but the reviews for this back in the day were overly critical because reviewers didn't know how to review this. This is a randomized, almost like roguelike style turn-based RPG. People were not used to an RPG that didn't really have a focus on story and instead had a focus on team party building. If you're a fan of games like Etrian Odyssey or literally any other dungeon crawler that has, like, I don't want to say, I mean, this does have a lot of random elements to it. It even says right here 100 randomized dungeon environments to explore. But it's one of those things where, like, if you enjoy putting together a party of like different classes and seeing what works, what doesn't work, and just trying to go through a dungeon, it's all about the grind, it's all about the dungeon crawl. There's almost no story in this freaking game. So if you're into those kind of things, you might actually really love this game. I enjoyed what I played of this. It was way better than I thought it was going to be, because reviews online back in the day would have you believe this is about to be one of the worst RPGs you've ever played. It's just that they didn't know how to review this game at the time. This genre was prevalent in Japan. It wasn't really something that was prevalent here in the US yet. So people here didn't really know how to receive it. What does everyone think of 16? Yeah, see, 16 is a similar case where I was very disappointed by what that game ended up being. Very similar experience to Final Fantasy X for me, but I feel like when I eventually revisit 16, whether that's a year from now, 5 years from now, whatever it may be, I feel like I'll come around to 16 and enjoy it more now that I know what that game is not. Land of the Dead on Xbox, great game. Super entertaining, super silly, fun game. Yeah, I think that game's kind of underrated for the entertainment value. Drihu? I'm not sure what that is. Nope. I don't think I have that. Yeah, I'm sure one of these years or decades we'll get around to it, essay. Okay, nice and cheap Silent Hill 2 is as a platinum hits on the Xbox. Nice and cheap. Well, comparatively to the others. How do I spot what's worth to buy? You just gotta really just have a feel for prices. After a while, you can kind of just like eyeball, like, ooh, that is actually way cheaper than it normally is. These days, it's a little hard to do unless you're like constantly refreshing newly listed items. But we find things worth it here and there that I'll link in chat. Auctions are definitely the way to go for deals on eBay these days. Auctions are the way to go. Silent Hill 2 better on the PS2. Honestly, I think you're fine playing the Xbox version. That's how I played my, the last time I played Silent Hill 2, I was playing Restless Dreams, and that's a great way to play it. Nothing wrong with it. Honestly, at that point, it just comes down to controller preference. You'll be fine. Xbox version's fine. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to the 2-minute extension for late bigs. Maybe they didn't roll it out fully yet. Like, they were rolling it out. Some people were reporting that they were seeing it. But then, I guess it never had a wide rollout yet. I'm kind of thankful for that. Bit extension would be horrible. I've never played Counter-Strike Go, no. Yeah, I'm thankful they didn't roll that out. For those that don't know, that's a system that like Yahoo Japan Auctions uses. If you go to bid on an item and it's like close to the end of the auction, if somebody bids, it'll extend the length of the auction by like a couple minutes. So that way nobody can truly snipe an auction. It'll just keep extending the bid over and over and over until nobody bids anymore. Obviously that makes eBay more money because, well, item prices go higher, the seller makes more money, but man, from a buyer perspective, that feels pretty terrible. Scam stories. I don't get scammed on eBay now. No. I mean, there was one time a long time ago I bought a Game Boy Advance game that was a fake copy of Sonic Advance 3 that was like freaking 20 years ago. 15 years ago. It was a long time ago. That's about it. Hello, Yoimin. It's going alright. Yeah, it can bring the prices up a lot. Well, at least it'll make it very hard to get deals with auctions. So, the longer they delay it, the better. Record of Agris War complete with soundtrack. $10, huh? $10 shipping, though. Yeah, I guess that really is that cheap of a game. Wow. Alright, so normally I'd be ending the stream around this time, but tonight we're gonna do a little bonus at the end here because I do have a sponsored game set up for tonight. It is a sponsorship for Twitch, so the YouTube stream will be ending, but you're welcome to come over onto Twitch and hang out. It's gonna be, let's just say you're not ready for this one, okay? I'm not gonna tell the YouTube people what it is, you're gonna have to come over and find out. But let's just say you're not prepared for this, okay? I don't think I was prepared for it either when I first played it and decided to accept the sponsorship. You're gonna be a little surprised, but it's worth it. I had a ton of fun with it. Let me give you the link over on YouTube if you want to come keep hanging out. Otherwise, thank you to the YouTube people for hanging out for eBay. Give you the link. If you're new on the YouTube side, just know that I do my eBay streams weekly, typically every Saturday. Sometimes it gets pushed until a Sunday or very rarely a weekday. So you're welcome to pop in every Saturday to hang out. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream here. You're welcome to come over to Twitch. Thank you again for everybody that popped over. Don't forget to like the stream on the way out as well. Helps a lot.